We're going to get started now. Good morning, everyone. I wish to extend a special welcome to our distinguished alumni, former faculty, and their families. And thank you to all our friends, including those watching virtually, and to our current students and faculty who are here. This great turnout. I'm Mary Hall. I'm the director of the Kahlert School of Computing. Through a generous donation from the Kahlert Foundation, we became the Kahlert School of Computing in November of this year. Please join me in welcoming Heather Kahlert, Vice President of the Kahlert Foundation.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Today we celebrate the 50th anniversary of computing at the University of Utah, and tomorrow the IEEE milestone event. I am just in awe of the pioneers from computing, computer graphics, computer science, computer innovation, and the pioneering women in computing in this room. I am honored to be here representing my family and the Kahlert Foundation. My grandfather, Bill Kahlert, founded the Kahlert Foundation in 1991 with a vision to improve lives by supporting organizations and their leaders who make a positive impact in the communities. The foundation has supported healthcare, youth programs, support for veterans, human services, and education. Since being here in this state, one of my grandest passions and primary goals has been to improve the digital literacy of all students in Utah, regardless of their decided major. The Kahlert Initiative on Technology was started in order to meet this most important need, which offers students from all backgrounds the opportunity to earn a digital literacy certificate. I believe that in order to continue to strengthen the state's economy and economic future, we must be sure that the next generation have the necessary tools to push the digital envelope, as so many of you here have done. Last fall, in an effort to support one of the state's most valued economic engines, the Kahlert Foundation made its largest donation to date to name the Kahlert School of Computing. As the Vice President of the Kahlert Foundation, I am proud to be here with all of you as we celebrate the glorious past, amazing present, and what I'm sure will be the astounding future of one of the country's top-ranked computer science departments. Yeah. I want to thank all of you and the University of Utah, the Kahlert School of Computing, for giving me the opportunity to be here with you today. In particular, Dean Rich Brown and Dr. Mary Hall on the wonderful team here at the university. Let's clap for them, because they're amazing. On behalf of my family and the Kahlert Foundation, we are honored to be a partner and to be in the community with all of you all. As the famous research engineer Theodore von Karman once said, "Scientists study the world as it is. Engineers create the world that has never been." We are excited to see the mind-blowing creations that the graduates of this wonderful school will make in the years ahead. And okay, one last quote from one of our most famous alums, "To infinity and beyond." Thank you all.
Thank you, Heather, for that, and also thank you to the Kahlert Foundation. Today and tomorrow, we celebrate the impact of our program's historical accomplishments, and we reflect on how this rich past continues to inspire us. For the computing historians in the audience, we prepared for this event by combing through the university archives, as well as our file cabinets in our storage room, to really look back and figure out when things happen. We clarified dates, and we learned some things we'd long ago forgotten. So the streaming video you just saw as you were coming in used content from the archives from the Dave Evans collection. And the display panels that are over there in the room, they were actually created a decade ago for the premier high-performance computing conference. So that's why you see high performance a lot on them. and when it was in Salt Lake City, and we keep reusing them, and I encourage you to take a moment to go look at them, and especially if you're one of the people who's on them. So my introduction is a timeline for computing at the University of Utah, or as the locals call it, the U. Before there were education and research programs, there was a computer center which was founded in 1958. The Computer Center was a service organization for the university run by the College of Engineering and primarily to support research. By the early 1960s, the Computer Center had 30 full-time staff, and many science and engineering departments were already teaching programming. Yay. In 1964, this person on the slide, William Viavant, joined the university, and he was tasked with providing guidance on moving computing forward at Utah. He quickly became the first director of the Division of Computer Science in the Electrical Engineering Department. And he introduced BS and MS degrees in computer science in 1964. In the degree proposal quoted here, Viavant was already envisioning the future need for a standalone CS department. A year after this, David Evans, a Utah physics PhD, was recruited from the UC Berkeley faculty to come home. As a new CS division director and also the computer center director as well, it was Evans who established a world-class research program. A large contract from Advanced Research Projects Agency, or ARPA, made it possible for Evans to establish a center of excellence in graphics and interactive computing. You'll hear a lot about that, a little bit about that today and a lot about that tomorrow. We owe so much of our identity and our strengths to Evans' original research vision. So I want to share some of his own words from early days of the program. So this first set of quotes is from the May 1968 issue of UTechnic, which was the engineering student magazine. This is the all-computer issue, and it highlighted Evans and the program. And so you can see from these quotes, and keep in mind this is 1968, Evans was imagining a world where computers were ubiquitous, and they were a research tool that enhanced human creativity, and they aided collaboration between people. Also, the research cross disciplines. In this issue, it highlights research in computer-aided architectural design, manufacturing, biophysics, surgery, and many other fields. The ARPA contract was named Graphical Man-Machine Communications, and this is the cover of one of the semi-annual reports from that project that are in our library. The summary of the project goals highlights a focus. It was on interactive and real-time computing in support of creative work. We're thrilled that members of the Evans family are participating in the event today. The earlier vision of a standalone CS department was finally realized in 1973, 50 years ago, which is why we're here today, by the next CS division director, Anthony Hearn. This step was actually part of a reorganization of the College of Engineering and the College of Mines and Mineral Industries, and it was prompted by the State Board of Higher Education, as you can see from the proposal. The next change came in 2000, when Tom Henderson, the department chair, led the creation of the School of Computing. The change from computer science to computing and the expansion to being a school acknowledged the breadth of the research beyond the boundaries of computer science. The graduate curriculum saw the introduction of computing degrees in addition to computer science degrees, and these had specialized tracks. Today we have 9 tracks. This renaming facilitated our organization to amplify the interdisciplinary path that had already been started by David Evans. And the faculty size reached approximately 30 by this time. And that brings us to the current academic year, which has been another pivotal moment in history that I think people will be talking about at the 100th anniversary. I'm honored to be the first director of the Kahlert School of Computing. So the student population is in a period of rapid growth, and it's outpacing national patterns, which have also been growing for some time. Our faculty size this year is 63, and we have at least 7 more faculty scheduled to join in fall 2023. We've recently broadened our program and student population by adding 2 new undergraduate degree programs in data science and software development. And we're looking forward to moving into a new home in a few years, the John and Marcia Price Computing and Engineering Building. Yeah, so we're honored to have members of the Price family here, and also, as you can see, we have not only the beautiful pictures of the building, but also floor plans over here on the right, so when you have a break, if we give you one, then you can go take a look. So we're very proud of our history, but even so, we're energized by the prospects for our future. So that concludes my overview, and now we'll start the first panel discussion. So I'm going to give a very brief intro, but you guys can go ahead and come up. For nearly 60 years, our mission has been to deliver a rigorous and comprehensive undergraduate computing program. In addition to Viavant, in 1971, Elliot Organic joined the faculty after already establishing himself on the national stage as a leader in CS education. We're pleased to have members of the Organic family here. Yeah, there you go, son Alan. And Professor Erin Parker as moderator, and our 2 beloved Emeritus professors, Dave Hanscom and Joe Zachary, represent 40 years, the last 40 years of excellence in undergraduate education. So I'm now going to let Erin take it over.
Hi, I'm Erin Parker. I am a professor lecturer in the Kahlert School of Computing and the moderator for the first panel of today. I'll begin by introducing our panelists. Professor Emeritus Dave Hanscom taught computer science here at the University of Utah from 1982 to 2006. And Professor Emeritus Joe Zachary taught from 1987 to 2020. I was fortunate in overlapping with both of them, Dave briefly, and Joe for 15 years, where I had the role model of an excellent instructor. Most of the alumni of our CS undergraduate program have been taught by one or both of them. The panelists have been recognized multiple times for their work in teaching and advising students. Most notably, Dave was awarded the Philip and Miriam Perlman Award for Excellence in Student Counseling in 2004. And Joe received the IEEE Computer Science and Engineering Undergraduate Teaching Award in 1999. So it's very fitting that we have them both here today as we mark the 50th anniversary to talk about leading the way in computer science education. More than 50 years ago, in 1964, William Viavant proposed a new degree program in computer science. and the proposal stated, "The object is to produce at a bachelor's level a person with a general education in applied science and engineering, but with extensive training in computer science." Viavant was a member of a small committee that recommended the model bachelor's degree program in computer science known as Curriculum 68. And the Curriculum 68 report indicates that just 11 undergraduate degree programs in CS existed in 1964-65, making the University of Utah a pioneer in computer science education. And that innovation in CS education continued as Elliott Organic joined the department in 1971. Among other things, Organic is remembered for his easy-to-understand textbooks about computing and for founding SIGSE, the Association for Computing Machinery's Special Interest Group on Computer Science Education. I want to read an excerpt from a piece that Gary Lindstrom, another beloved professor, wrote about Organic for the ACM. When asked how he produced so many fine texts, Elliott replied, "I'm such a slow learner that once I understand something, I might as well write it down." And the truth behind this modesty is that Elliott's 19 books represent his penetrating insight into languages and systems, by which essential concepts are isolated and articulated while protecting the reader from the chaff and inessential detail and notational vagaries. Countless times he would remark, upon hearing of new technological advances, "This is great stuff, but why does it have to be so complicated?" And I think that's a pretty apt quote for both learning and teaching computing as well. Both Organic and Viavant received the ACM SIGSE Awards for outstanding contributions for computer science and education. And so with that introduction, I have some questions for our panelists. First, this question is for Dave. You overlapped with both Organic and Viavant, and so I want to know what it was like in the department in the early 80s.
Yeah, I overlapped with both. I didn't interact a heck of a lot with either, although when I first got there, I taught some of the classes that Bill Viavant had been teaching recently. So he provided me with an outline for the first basic class. How's that? Remember basic? And I had known Bill for a long time through the Mountain Club, and so he and I were friends, and whenever I had a question, Bill would be happy to help me out. But I think that was his last year in the department, actually. Elliott was here for a longer time. I had a rather different relationship with Elliott. I came out of electrical engineering, like some of the folks you're going to hear next. And Elliott wasn't sure that we needed an electrical engineer teaching computer science. So he was a bit skeptical of my presence. So our relationship was kind of afar. I think by the time I left, he was happy that I was doing some of the things that he would rather not have to do, and appreciated my being there. But as far as interacting with him from the teaching side of things, you know, he was obviously doing a fantastic job teaching the languages class, which followed the classes I was teaching. And certainly a guy that one could look up to as having an amazing history in the field. So I can't help you with a lot of detail on interacting with Elliott.
Well, what were some of the other ways the department, you know, we might not think about being like in the 80s?
Yeah, the department at the time was obviously very different, but I came from electrical engineering, and I think one of the things that the folks that hired me wanted me to do was teach some of the hardware classes. And in fact, that was just as important at the beginning of a student's education as the software classes, because they had to take a full year of hardware-oriented classes, digital design and computer architecture, and then they actually had to build a computer. Anybody remember the brown suitcases? I see some hands over here, yeah. So they actually took home a box that had parts to build the computer with a little wire wrap gun, and I mean, this is ancient history. But I thought it was great. that kids had to understand what was going on underneath the software that they were writing. So hardware and software were kind of equal in the beginning of their program, and then they could choose. They could decide either emphasize hardware, emphasize software. Emphasizing hardware is what we now know as computer engineering, and that comes a little later in my career, but we can talk about that some other time here in a minute. But the software folks would do, they do compilers and operating systems and graphics and whatever turned them on. So it was, it was kind of a combination of two totally separate departments these days, with computer engineering having moved in with electrical engineering. That was during my career here too.
Joe, what are some of the most significant ways the undergraduate computing curriculum changed in your 30-plus years of teaching?
I think what I want to talk about is, I had an experience last night. I decided to go see what my classes were like. And so took me a fair amount of effort to get into my old records. But the first class I taught in 1987 was a database class. And who here was in that? Yeah, John Lalonde was one of the 21 students in that class. So I had 21 students, and I had one TA, which is a pretty good ratio. We're just debating whether I got that one TA instead of half a TA, because it was my first semester teaching, first quarter teaching. In looking over the course materials that I preserved, I was struck by how spare everything was. The syllabus was basically 4 paragraphs plus a list of lecture topics. Flash forward to my last class, which was an algorithms class I taught in 2020. There were like 7 pages of stuff, plus links to the School of Computing's policies that the students need to know about, and another link to the College of Engineering's policies that they need to know about. So just the background that you tried to impart to the students before they even got started in the class was just an order of magnitude higher at the end of my career than at the beginning. I looked at the assignments I gave. So quarters were 10 weeks long, and I would have bet money that my entire career I had an assignment every week. But that semester, that quarter, it turned out I only gave a assignment every other week, and I think I learned from that. And what I learned is that students are going to wait to the last minute to do the assignment. And it works out better if you give them a little bit to do each week rather than a lot to do in 2 weeks. But anyway, looking at the content of the assignments, I thought it was, again, the questions were a lot more in-depth and more open than they were towards the end of my career. And in reflecting on that, I realized the reason was I didn't give a single thought in assigning my 21 students those assignments about how hard it would be to grade. Now, I had done that. I had just come from grad school where I'd done grading, and it wasn't my problem anymore, so I didn't worry about it. But a big change is, as the class sizes grew far beyond 21, grew to 400 or whatever, and I had classes that, I don't think I ever had a class with 21 TAs, but I had classes with more than 10 TAs. Just the problem of managing the TAs and the students and getting the grading done just made it impossible to ask the kind of questions that I did at the beginning. So in looking at the way the curriculum changed over time, I'm impressed by how stable it has been at the undergraduate level. I mean, the content of the classes has changed, the technology has changed, but we had a 2-quarter introductory programming sequence. Now it's like 2 or 3 semesters, so that's expanded. But you can still see the echoes of the original curriculum in the current curriculum. The big difference is the number of electives, because the faculty is much larger, and so there are just more electives for students to choose from. But the core topics, the technology's changed completely, but the scaffolding remains the same.
Yeah, I agree. When I looked at the Curriculum 68 report, I was surprised how much it looked like what we do now. So it is remarkable that given all the change in the field and its the growth that it has experienced, that it has pretty much remained the same at that high level. But how we implement it has changed a lot. As you both know, we've experienced so much growth. As Mary mentioned earlier, we now have undergraduate degree programs, not just in computer science and computer engineering, which we share with ECE, but our new degree programs in data science and software development. And today we have over 1,800 students majoring in those degree programs. And this academic year, we had more than 1,000 students take a first course in computer science. So I'm interested to know a little more about how many students were in your classes and in the programs as you got started, and what you did in your teaching and what techniques you used as that grew. So we've heard Joe say 21 students in his first class. What about you, Dave?
Well, the first year I was just teaching the language classes, so I taught BASIC and Fortran and Pascal, but not the classes for the most part that our majors would take. But I had a Fortran class that had 400 students in it with 12 TAs, I think. So even back then, as Joe described, I was mostly managing TAs and making sure that everything went smoothly, consistently amongst all the different sections. But once I got into the computer science side of things, mostly teaching the hardware classes and the intro to CS classes, the class sizes were smaller. Just to give you a feel, when I first started, the program was starting to grow. And the department decided that really we couldn't handle all the students that wanted to take CS classes. So we had to somehow control the numbers. And at the time, what they had decided was anybody who passed the first year computer science class for majors would be able to continue. And so they made the class so hard that not very many people could pass it. Well, that didn't seem like a very good idea. So my first job was to come up with a program of selective admissions. So we decided we would have the students take a series of classes as freshmen, the first couple of, or the first intro to CS class, but physics and math or calculus and chemistry, English writing, and use those grades to decide who would go into the advanced program. And based upon the number that we felt we could handle, and that number was only about 70 per year. So that was the size of the classrooms, basically, that we had available. So that's how many students we could take. So that was kind of the beginning of that whole program with selective admissions. But now I think it's similar, right?
We have a system, but we have found a way to try to welcome as many students that want to study computing as possible. So it's done a little bit differently, but we do still have a system in place. But that's been one of the main things that we manage as growth has happened and as interest has happened. Is how do we accommodate as many people and really help them to get going? Yeah.
Well, the selective admissions program was great from my point of view because the students that made it beyond that were amazing. Some of them are sitting in the audience today, in fact.
But at times it could be cutthroat.
Yeah.
Students were, retaking classes to try to raise their A- to an A so they could get their GPA slightly higher and get over that 90 student cutoff. It was really tough on the students.
Yeah.
Joe, what was growth like in the 2000s and 2010s? Or, was it always growth? Did it shrink some?
Well, we experienced a series of booms and busts in terms of student enrollment. And it seemed like we were constantly planning to take classes that we taught. We would admit a new cohort every fall and run them, through the semesters together. And we kept thinking, well, could admit more students and teach these required classes twice a year. And we would come up with plans for doing that, and then the next bust would happen. And I can remember, through the 90s, the enrollment grew pretty steadily, and then there was sort of a slowdown, I think, right around 2000.
The .com bust.
The .com bust, that's right. And so enrollments, eased a bit, and so we shelved our plans. And then we were cruising through the early 2000s, and again, the numbers were going up, and we were developing plans to increase required course count. And then something happened in 2008.
Yeah.
And so that was worse than the previous time. But then the next time it started to build up, we actually got to implement our plans and hire more people to teach more classes. And I think it's only gotten a steeper curve.
Yes, indeed. Well, I want to ask you both, because I can say in my time here at the U, which is, of course, not as long as each of you, the students have changed so much from when I began teaching. And so I'm interested to know, how did the students change in your time here, and how did you adapt to teach them?
You asking me?
Yeah, both of you.
As I said, when we first started selective admissions, the students were amazing. You couldn't give them too much work. You couldn't give them a test that was too hard. Ask John. We were talking about that earlier. But as time went on, as we began taking in more and more students, we definitely had to back off a little bit and not try to cover quite as much material. And I think one of the things that happened over that period of time is, the period of time I was here, was students didn't come in to talk quite as much. It seemed like there was much more going on via email, which didn't exist when I started. Hard to believe. And so, again, from that point of view, because there was less interaction, I think, again, we had to back off a little bit on what we were covering.
Well, I had the feeling early on, and it may not be accurate, but that a lot of the students had sort of come into computer science because they had computing experience at home, or they had disassembled a computer. I think if you were to survey all the students in the early years, I think a lot of them had taken a computer apart. Now, John, had you ever taken a computer apart? Okay, so that's not completely unwarranted. Also in the early years, sort of coming up with example programs to motivate ideas, I didn't have to worry too much about, because just about anything you could show them in terms of a program was kind of amazing. They had never seen stuff like that before. Toward the end of my career, students all had experience with their phones and whatever, and so they're kind of jaded. The kinds of examples that were used in classes early on just didn't work anymore. So we had to work a lot harder to try to impress them just a little bit.
I think it's a good chance to break and see if we have questions from the audience for our panelists. I know we have students of both Joe and Dave's here. Yes?
I have a question about the boom and the bust. What do you think is going to be happening in the near future?
That's yours.
Well, it's for me to worry about, but you could each answer.
I know that it seems like every week I read one of the articles that pops up on CNN about how some expert that predicted the last recession is predicting another one will start next week. And eventually they're going to be right. But, Recessions can be tricky things, though. You can end up with, when the economy was strong, we had the experience of students just leaving before graduating because they got an offer they couldn't refuse to go work in Silicon Valley or whatever. And then when things went south, sometimes you could get more students with less state funding because they couldn't get the jobs and the state revenues were down. So it's a tricky business to predict.
Yeah, for sure. I'll just say that, one of the things I kind of stay focused on when I'm teaching students is that everyone needs computing and everyone needs to understand computing, and I think that's still recession-proof. Question in the back?
So this is more with future of coding examples. So recently I've seen that you can kind of chat into the system and tell the computer what you want something to do. The only variable that I have with that is differences in explaining what you want the computer to do and if it really truly understands it, whereas coding is like a stable language. So what are your thoughts on the future of that?
AI.
Well, I'd say these two guys are very thankful to not have had to worry about this too much. Got out at the right time. It's a big challenge for us. I think, again, I still think that it's very important for students to learn how to program without assistance. Otherwise, they don't give intelligent prompts to these systems and they're not able to evaluate what the system produces. But I can say it's not an easy thing to convince a 20-year-old of, for sure. Yes.
I'm Mark Sunday. I'm on the board of a business school, but went to engineering school, computer science at Michigan. And when I first saw ChatGPT, I immediately reached out to Rachel, who runs business school, Rich runs this school, and as well as Taylor, and said that AI and ChatGPT kinds of things did not provide any new information that we need to modernize higher ed. It just eliminated any delusion that it's optional. There's so much, and I'm learning from my own boys, one in here in school, one in the business school. They are learning at such a faster rate because they can answer questions. They can get answers to questions they couldn't get easily before doing Google searches. It's incredibly powerful, but it'll have to rethink every single thing we do to how do we exploit it as opposed to how do we block it.
Yeah.
Can you repeat the question?
It teaches you how to do the basic programming better because it can actually help guide you through that process.
Well, it was more of a comment that that ChatGPT has really just established the need for higher education and hasn't really eliminated the need for this. Jason?
Yeah, I've got a question about how you sort of stayed up with modern technology. Obviously, computing developed tremendously over your careers, and you're teaching the next generation that is going to be doing this going forward. So obviously, some things stay the same, but there's new stuff happening, and you sort of need to be able to present that to the students. How did you approach that?
Erin, can you repeat the question?
Sure. The question was basically, how did you stay up on technologies and what it is that you're teaching to students through both of your very long careers?
Well, you spend a little time studying, teaching is not just standing up in front of a class and spouting out the material that you spouted out last year. You have to pay attention to what's going on, and I found that talking to faculty members, teaching more advanced classes, I was teaching more of the intro classes and the hardware stuff. The faculty members are a great source of info and help.
Sure.
And designing assignments is another opportunity where you can try to come up with assignments that involve some aspect of new technology, of new ideas that the students may or may not have heard of.
Yes, right here.
Yeah, so one side you got like.
Oh, thank you.
I can go now. So, it's clear today that AI is a huge topic. What were some of the hot topics during your time in school, and what do you predict to be as hot topics for the future?
Yeah, so just to quickly repeat, great question. What were the hot topics when you were teaching that students were really anxious to know more about?
Good
And
question.
I can remember Dave used to run a summer program for high school students. And I can remember giving a talk to the first day, the students and their parents at a reception, and introducing them to the idea of a web browser. And most of them, never seen one before. This was just right on the cusp of things. So I think in that period, late 90s, early 2000s, just web-based stuff was big. If you look at what the students were doing in the senior capstone classes, I would say then it was lots of web-based stuff. Later it became, phone app-based stuff. But I think for much of my career, that's where a lot of the focus was, a lot of the new stuff was networking, web servers, and phone apps.
Yeah, Joe reminds me, the summer program, we had a section on computer graphics. And Elaine, who's here somewhere, was the person who helped out with that. We had an Alpha 1 project, and all the kids went in there and designed some kind of a picture that they could take home with them. But graphics really was big at that time. I was reminded yesterday, sitting in the dentist chair, getting a crown, and he stuck a camera in my mouth and took pictures around the big hole that was there. And he moved this machine over so I could watch the crown being ground, and they built it right there in front of me. And I was thinking, I've been here before. and another part of it was Sam Drake had a mechanical device that actually would build up whatever the kids, not everybody, but he'd pick a couple that were actually makeable. He built a little model you could hold in your hand, and it was kind of the 3D printing idea. And I was asking the dentist, how come they don't just make these using the 3D printer? He said, that's coming. And I thought, I've been there too.
Yes. Yes, in the back.
I remember taking your course, Dr. Parker, and it's okay, I passed.
Good.
The second time.
You're in good company.
Thank you. I remember that you taught us how to abstract coding down to the most finite steps so we could really understand the basic steps for coding. With the affluence of AI and a lot of students wishing to jump over those minutia and sub-steps, it comes into question the topic of ethics. What do you plan on doing in the future, and what have you done in the past in addressing proper coding ethics of what is good work, what does it look like when you're stealing, is something dishonest, and is something morally gray, and how do we define what those things are?
Yeah, that's a great question. Actually, I think we'll start by asking the panelists, where was ethics in the curriculum when you were teaching?
It only came up if I found somebody turning in an assignment that looked like somebody else's, but you couldn't go online and pull up stuff back in those days. So it was just a matter of being observant, having the TAs being observant, and punishing those who were caught.
Mm-hmm. Were we teaching students about these issues?
Only to the extent that you got to do your own work. You can't copy somebody else, or you can't, go back in the file at your fraternity and find the answer to a homework assignment.
Joe?
I don't remember teaching ethics.
No, I don't think we did.
I do know that, I mentioned earlier the difference by two syllabi at the beginning and end of my career. At the end of my career, my syllabus had a long section on cheating versus cooperation. And it was a hard thing because I didn't, I don't want students to have this solitary experience, where they are afraid to talk to each other. I wanted to encourage cooperation to an extent. But it's hard to draw a line, maybe impossible to draw an exact line between what's cooperation and what's cheating. And that's something that troubled me my entire career. You could easily, there were technical means to easily detect cheating. It's just a matter of how much, where you want to draw that line and how much effort you want to put into it. But hopefully you're going to say that you do a better job of teaching about ethics.
Well, we certainly are trying. We're trying to take an approach that's more constructive. And so we now have 2 courses on ethics, one in ethics and computing and another ethics and data science. And of course, there's lots of things about ethics, right? Not just sort of the ethics of being a computing professional and producing your own work, but these topics are approached, not just in that curriculum, but, hopefully more infused in the courses, the required courses especially that exist, perhaps than when you were a student. But I do think we're, I'll admit, I think we are behind in this and we need to be doing more. And so it's a great question, but it is a big challenge for us, especially as we see these new advances that make it even more, I won't even just say tempting for students to not produce and turn in their own work, but perhaps even acceptable or seemingly acceptable to the students, where they don't have maybe the maturity to understand the value in understanding the abstractions and the low-level details. So great question, thank you. Yes?
So let me build off of that. A lot of us here are teachers. One of the things we're facing all the time is what I would call the 10 pounds in a 5-pound bag problem. You got more and more stuff that you're trying to put into the curriculum, and what appears to happen, not necessarily, but a lot of that stuff that used to be, that's soft stuff, that history, that language, that English and that, but that's where you learn often to ask questions, how to ask questions. And when we talk about this chat GPT and the AI stuff, how do you formulate a question? Because we all know that's the first part in really getting a good answer. If you can't formulate a good question, who cares? So how do you teach that and figure out where do I draw the line is, this is just going to have to wait till later? Or how do we combine things and integrate them to get 2 pounds in a 1-pound bag?
Mm-hmm. No, I think that's an excellent point, which is that part of the challenge of this is you can't just add more to your courses or to your degree program. You have to find a way to truly integrate this. And I think it's, it makes me think of something to ask the panelists, which is, what did you notice in your years of teaching about that 5 pounds and 10 pounds in a 5-pound bag did you feel like there was sort of always more and more to teach the students or ask of the students?
I think that the important part of that issue is knowing what to put in the curriculum in the beginning. And I don't think we put in any less. We just put in things that were different, that were more relevant.
Good.
Yeah, I think over time the courses tend to become overstuffed. It's hard to leave old stuff behind. I flashed when I heard that question about when we went through semester conversion. So about the first 10 years of my career, we were teaching on quarters. And then I think because of the Olympics were coming, we switched to semesters to make scheduling easier during the Olympics, which, and I think something was lost when we did that. Before, when we were teaching on quarters, we had, you had 10 weeks. And so you could require, you could have you took a larger variety of classes, and you sort of got exposed to it, but you didn't get, if you didn't like it or you got bogged down in it, you got to switch your view after 10 weeks. So under semesters, we really had to maybe start stuffing things into classes that weren't in there to begin with, just to make everything fit.
And even combining some courses, right? I think that, the infamous CS 4400 was a combination of 2 courses from quarters, right? And so how do you do that, right? How do you can't just add them both, that makes it too big. So I'm sure that was a big challenge, and we probably even still see some artifacts from that in our courses today.
Yeah. I mean, we used to require compilers,
Right.
and now no one takes it, hardly.
Well,
What?
So throughout my career, one of the issues that's been the hardest to resolve has been how do you specify what the output should be? How closely can you specify it? The closer you get, the easier it is, but the further invested you are. And then how do you verify that's what you've built? And I think that's going to become more important with tools like ChatGPT because, again, as he said, how you ask the question and how you determine that the results are accurate, it becomes a more important skill. So that may find its way into the curriculum. Thank you.
yeah, absolutely. I would say that one thing that has happened as many of our courses have grown is we do sort of over-specify the output of what we're expecting from students because it does make it easier for us to evaluate that at a large scale, and there is something that's lost there and not sort of asking them those more open-ended and creative questions. How did you guys handle that when you were teaching? Or did you just make the TAs do all that hard grading and you didn't worry about it?
No, I don't know.
I mean, I mentioned earlier that it looks like earlier in my career I was much more open to asking these open-ended questions. And that just became impossible toward the end because of resources and just the number of students. Another thing that I noticed when I looked at my syllabi was that at the end, I was relying on all kinds of third-party software systems to help with grading programs. I mean, the whole idea of having a website like Canvas where your course materials live, that didn't exist in 1987. I mean, it was a completely different experience. I was not just managing a large number of students, I was managing a large number of software systems at the same time to try to get the classes taught.
Yes, absolutely. All right, we'll make this the last question.
Yeah, I was looking at the program, so this is probably, I was looking at the program, and this is probably the best place to address this. I graduated from University Computer Science back in 1970, so I've got kind of an overview of what's going on, and so my concern is not so much.
You want to turn the mic on?
Can you guys hear it?
It's on, yes.
All right, sorry. I graduated in 1970 in the computer science department here at the U. So I've got kind of like I've been retired for some time now, but I guess what I'm trying to say is, you take one of these guys here and you open it up and you get these little notices that say, I got to update this, and it's bug fixes. And, I worked in a aerospace industry, and these mechanical engineers, they have to, whatever they produce, it's out there. You see it, every detail in it. They cannot hide anything from the customer. And when you're flying in that jet engine, or that jet airplane, that engine's super reliable. If it was like a piece of software, nobody would fly. And other people have brought this point up. But it really bothers me. To this day, I've been in this business so long, and we still can't solve the problem that the mechanical engineers and everybody else, electrical engineers, think of the Intel company. They had one bug in their Intel chip that required them to replace that chip. And that's in, 50 years of business. One bug, okay?
There are more? You're saying there are more? Okay. I remember it because we had to go to all the servers and they had to take the processor out and put a new one in. Okay? So my issue is not, how are you going to teach these kids to take the responsibility, the mechanical engineers, electrical engineers, even mathematicians, when you do a theorem, it's out there for everybody to see. If there's a bug in your proof, you're going to see it. But it's all the software, they put it out there, I put it out there, and it's almost like you're expecting somebody to find the bug for you. And I really think this is the number one problem in computing today is software, and that we can't get it to be as well designed as that mechanical engineer who designs a part for a jet engine. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Certainly there are a lot of challenges in teaching computing to students. And that leads me to really wanting to express my gratitude to both Dave and Joe for their many years of service in teaching and in their support of the undergraduate program. They really laid the groundwork for our lecturing faculty. We are now 9 and growing, and I want to thank you for leading the way.
And thanks to Rich Riesenfeld for having the foresight to hire the first one, which was me.
Yeah, go ahead and come up on the stage. And we'll need one more mic, yeah. Yeah. No, they have mics. They're going to...
I'm Rajeev. Hi, Rajeev. Nice to meet you.
So apparently you have to go back there to get mic'd up, but no one told me that. Sorry. I'm sorry. I don't know. So we're about to start the next panel, so people please sit down. I'm just going to say the one that goes with my then you're...
Smiling at my suit? Is that what you're smiling at?
No. Hey. Come on out. Please take your seat. Our next panel focuses on people who knew how to build what Evans called real computing systems. To pursue this vision, he recruited a number of faculty, Burroughs architect Bob Barton, who you're going to hear about in this panel, and also Ivan Sutherland, who you'll hear lots from somewhere in the audience there. It's our great benefit that we'll be hearing from him about real computing systems of the future. I also wanted to recognize Tom Stockham, who was also part of this crew. He was a pioneer in digital sound recording and editing, and he later became the co-investigator of the ARPA project I mentioned previously. So let me introduce Professor Rajeev Balasubramonian, who will moderate this panel. Sorry about that. At least as much as these people will allow him to.
Hi, everyone. I'm Rajeev Balasubramonian. I'm myself celebrating my 20th anniversary at the Kahlert School of Computing. As is Sneha and as is John Regger, I don't know if he's here, but yeah, there's a few of us celebrating our 20th anniversary too. And in fact, I was hired by one of the illustrious people on this panel. Al was a huge factor in me joining here. And you know, this is going to be a great panel. You know, I'm really excited to host this panel on creativity. And you know, let me introduce them in the chronological order of them joining here, which will also be in the same order that they'll give their opening remarks, and then we'll move to questions. So first we have Duane Call. He was a PhD student here from 1967 to 71. And this was followed by stints at BYU, at Burroughs, and Inmos. He founded or co-founded several companies that designed and built machines, Computer Systems Architects, Modular Research Institute, Trellis, and Vinca. Next, we have Al Davis. He arrived here as a grad student in 1969. Al has had a storied career in both academia and industry. He spent time at University of Waterloo and, of course, here. His industrial stints include at Fairchild, Schlumberger, Intel, HP, and now at NVIDIA. And then finally, we have Chuck Seitz, who arrived here as faculty in late 1969. He also had a stint at Caltech, and some of the architects in the room may recognize him as Bill Daly's advisors, as Bill Daly's advisor. So, he's of our time. So I think that's a name that we recognize. He also co-founded Myricom, right? And so one of the first things that I saw when I got to grad school was the MirrorNet network, right? And so when Mary mentioned that, that's kind of the bell that went off in my head. He's been elected to the National Academy of Engineering in 1992 for pioneering contributions to the design of asynchronous and concurrent computing systems. He received the 2011 IEEE Seymour Craig Computer Engineering Award for innovations in high-performance message passing architectures and networks. So, as you see from these bios, there's a common theme. They've all spent significant amounts of time in both industry and academia, and they've spent that time, building actual systems, right? And so hopefully we'll get some of that insight as part of this panel, right? And so they'll each make opening remarks. We'll move to questions by you and us, and based on the last panel, I think there'll be enough questions that I don't have to lean on my pre-prepared list of questions. So with that, I'll hand it over to Duane.
Thank you, Rajeev.
Yep.
I think, Rajeev, don't we have about 2 hours? Is that
You get 8 minutes, and I already took 30 seconds of that. So
It can't be done. I just took all the notes I had put down, and I tried to keep them short, but I'm just going to set them aside right now. In listening to the members of the last panel, I have to tell you, it was a graduate program. It wasn't an undergraduate program, but it was so freewheeling in comparison to what the previous gentlemen have had to deal with. I came in 1967. The program really had been going in full force since about a year before. Dave Evans was there in 1966 at least. My first office mate, Alan Kay, started about a year before, about in 1966 fall, I think. And then I came along in 1967, a couple of years before these two. And I'm older than these two guys by quite a bit. Chuck Seitz is probably a year or two younger than I am, but he's on my PhD. He's a signature on my PhD. He was really one of the bright people that came out of MIT and came to Utah and taught us a lot of things. Well, anyway, I started here as a not very good undergraduate student. I had done lots of things. It took me 6 years to get my BS, which included one whole semester wiped out because I took a bunch of my roommates and we went down to Acapulco at Christmas time. Never got back in time for finals because the car broke down. The other guys took the bus up and took their finals. I stayed with my old 53 Pontiac station wagon that had a hole blown in a piston from the very sulfur-laden gas in Mexico. Anyway, right at the end of my career, I started taking a couple of programming classes, and I happened to just do one for a faculty member right at the end. I did one for a faculty member that nobody else got the solution for. The fellow who was head of the computer center couldn't get a solution for it, and he'd been working on it all weekends long. He'd run the computer for probably 4 or 5 months. And I happened to crack the nut, and he was impressed. And so when school was getting out, it was the height of the Vietnam drafting era. Everybody was going to Vietnam. I presumed I was going to go from getting my bachelor's degree and go right down and report to the draft. My wife got a letter. I got a letter, but she opened it, and she's sitting down here, and Tamara opened it up and said I was 5A. She calls the draft board, said, what time do you have to report? When? You know, so it was like right away, and they said, 5A? That means he's too old to be drafted. I told you it took me 6 years for my undergraduate, and I'd been on a Mormon mission before that. So they said, well, if he hasn't had a deferment, he's out at age 26. Everybody had deferments. Everybody did. I always signed up, but my Wisconsin draft board never processed the papers. I never noticed, and I was out and didn't know what I was going to do in the spring of 1967. The fellow that I had written the program for in the class said, you need to go to graduate school. He didn't even know anything about my not draft status. And he says, you need to go to graduate school. And I said, oh, not me. And he says, no, I'm going to write a letter. So somewhere in the middle of the summer, I got a letter saying I could come up to the University of Utah, and I was provisionally admitted. I got up there, and I remember my first day, David Evans came and took me by the arm and brought me into an office, and a fellow was sitting there. I found out his name was Alan Kay, and he says, Alan, would you let Duane Call have a seat in this office, and would you show him the ropes? And he did. But he was a hard act to follow, and I got to write something down here, or start something up here, because I got to make sure I stop in time. So yeah, I can't do that. You tell me, okay? Give me a good nudge when I got a minute to go, Al, okay? So as the semester started to move on, my papers finally came in the mail saying that I was admitted, because I was provisional before then. And I opened the envelope, and it said I was admitted to the PhD program. And I was shocked, because I thought, wow, if they're going to let me in, I would maybe work on a master's, because that was, right up there. And it said I was a candidate in the PhD program, so I quickly made an appointment, a rush appointment with Dave Evans, and I went into his office, and he said, you can tell, he said, you seem agitated. And I said, I am. And he said, what's the problem? And I said, I applied for the master's program. Right here it says I'm admitted to the PhD program. I said, and he said, so? And I said, that's a big mistake. And he says, no, it's not. He says, I changed your application. and I said, you changed my application? And he said, sure. He says, why don't you start out setting the goal higher? And he said, if it doesn't work out, maybe you can pull back a little bit. And then I said, but Dr. Evans, my grades And he stopped me right there and said, "Oh, are you under the impression that you got in here because of your grades?" And I said, "Well, no, I understand." And he said, "Look, let's just not talk about this ever again. Why don't you jump in, go for it." Alan Kay was unusual. He told me, first thing he told me to do was to go down to the library and read everything that had been written about computers to that date. I mean, that was Alan Kay, because he had done that. Okay, the name, it was freewheeling. There were no textbooks or anything except maybe one in formal languages that we had. But everything was done by papers that were passed around. Remember, there were no copiers. There were 2 copiers on campus. 2 copy machines on campus. One was in the administration building. We couldn't use that. And one was on the mezzanine floor of the new Marriott Library at the time. That was it. And we'd get these, everything was in technical papers. It wasn't in the textbooks. So Alan Kay went to Dave Evans and said, "Hey, these 2 guys over here," Alan said, "just spent $12,000 or $15,000 of ARPA. It was DARPA then, but they changed the name to ARPA to get the word defense off it because a computer center had been bombed that had an DARPA contract back in Wisconsin." And so Alan Kay said, "Dave, these 2 guys just spent $12,000 or $15,000 simulating the UNIVAC 1108 on the 1108. It was a learning experience for them, but Alan Kay said, "Gee, if that kind of money is possibly available, can't we get a copy machine?" And so sure enough, within a month, it was an A.B. Dick was the name of the company. So soon there was an office near our offices, and all our keys fit the door, and on the plaque was Professor A.B. Dick. And we could make copies for free, and that's where everything came from. Copies were passed around. Robert Benyon down here, I remember, had a paper that was by Edsger Dijkstra from over in the Netherlands, and it was about go-to-less programming with no go-tos. And he lost it. If you'd ever seen his truck back in those days. Anyway, he lost the paper, and Bob Barton, who had procured it, said, "You better get a new copy of that paper." He says, "I'm going to have your head." And so Robert wrote a letter to Edsger Dijkstra on a teletype, because that's what we had, teletype machines. Zig, 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 zig. No possible way of typing more than 10 characters a second. And he wrote Dijkstra a letter on that teletype, all uppercase. Sure enough, a few weeks later, he gets a letter back from Edsger Dijkstra in all lowercase. and a copy of the paper, which we all then took quickly and copied on this nice copy machine we had. And things worked that way. We got papers about what was going on at MIT and at Stanford and at Harvard, and that was how we got our information. The other thing Alan Kay did is said, "Can't we use some of this?"
Probably ought to wind it down.
Okay. He said, I'm real close. I mean, I can be real close. So the other thing that Alan Kay asked for was travel money. Normally, you got to be presenting a paper if you're going to get to go to a conference or somewhere else. But Alan Kay convinced Dave that we needed to be able to travel. We needed to go out to MIT. We needed to be able to go over to Stanford and talk to the people there and see what they were doing. And so we could travel. I went up to Vancouver, British Columbia with Alan Kay to an Algol 68 conference. Okay. It was after a couple years that all kinds of things started to happen, including people like Henry Garreau and his other 3 French cohorts arrived, and PDP-10s, a time-sharing PDP-10 arrived, some real fancy machinery. Anyway, and it just all exploded from there, but it was freewheeling. Tom Stockham, his name was Thomas G. Stockham. We found out, Alan Kay informed us, that his middle name, G, his middle initial, which we didn't know, he said, stands for God. Because Tom was that perfect, you know. Okay, I'm going to shift over to Alan Davis.
All right. I showed up a couple years after Duane. I was a PhD student from 69 to 72. I arrived with a bunch of people that came from MIT. Some people, like Chuck here, came as faculty members. Some people came as students. And I had already been accepted to go to grad school at MIT and was thinking I'd stay there for the second and third degree, just like most MITers were doing in the day. But I decided to cast a wider net. I don't know whether I heard this directly from Ivan Sutherland or whether from somebody who had heard it from Ivan Sutherland who was impressed beyond belief. Mind you, I was also born in Utah and a very avid skier since prenatal. And I came to Utah because of Ivan Sutherland and skiing. Both forces were very strong. When I got here, I was just amazed. The biggest, in retrospect, the things that most were unique and impressed me was the quality of the people and the freedom. There were no rules. And in fact, one of my first things I did was trying to figure out what the rules were. I read everything I could get my hands on. What courses did I have to take? What Chinese menu theorem did I need to look at? And I was confused beyond belief. Well, I was pretty clueless on lots of things, so that's not a rare case. But I decided I'd get a meeting with Dave because he always wanted to meet the new grad students. I went to Dave and I said, hey, Dave, I'm a bit lost here. I need to know what the rules are. And he says, what do you mean rules? And I said, well, what courses do we need to take? He says, you need to take this number of hours because the graduate school and the university says you have to, suffer through this many hours of courses. But really, we have no rules. And in fact, pretty much every course you take is something that you can take multiple times, including one of my favorite courses that was taught by Chuck, CS 699. We met at Alta on Fridays.
It wasn't a real course, guys, but it had a number, 699.
Yes. And we spoke on ones and zeros up the chair, so it was work. The bottom line is the quality of the faculty was just amazing. You had Ivan Sutherland, you had Thomas Godstockham, as you now know. We had Chuck. We had people that were just wonderful teachers. All three of those fall into that category.
Dave.
And Dave. And the thing that amazed me when I went to Stockham's, sort of digital signal processing course, he showed up with two binders. One binder were his overly organized lecture notes, which were fascinating. The other binding was the definitive answer for any question that anybody in the audience could give, at which point it became a competition between the graduate students to come up with a stumper and see if we could find a question that Tom hadn't already prepared for. And I think one of Henry Garreau's partners, Patrick Baudelaire, was the first one to come up with the stumper. And it was deeply mathematical, of which Tom was very into that. We also had amazing diversity in the faculty because we had these, just awesome teachers. And then we had the out there guys, like Viavant. He was, let me tell you what idea I came up with this morning type. And then we had Bob Barton, who was much more of an architectural philosopher than he was a computer architect by today's standards. And so he was often preaching to us and hoping that we would come up with something that sort of fit the religion. And we also had an amazingly diverse set of graduate students as well. We had the mathematical wizards. You're going to hear from Henri tomorrow on the French Connection. We had engineers that came from MIT or wherever. We had people that were very good at programming. We had people that actually knew how to build stuff. My degree, my PhD degree says electrical engineering because I predated the department, and departments gave the PhD degree even though the CS and or the bachelor's and master's degree had been, okayed by, the university administration. Anyway, we had people that went on to do famous things. Jim Clark's here, founded SGI after building his graphics chip at Stanford. We have just a bunch of entrepreneurial types that went off to make a difference. We had people that were more boring, like me, that sort of banged around between industry and academia. And I got to say, my product was not a company, and I'm very proud of my product. Those graduate students that I was fortunate enough to be able to advise, some are here. Got Shane here in the front row. We got Ken Stevens, who's faculty in electrical engineering. Got Mike Parker back here. You know, that's my legacy, and I'm very proud of that. Okay. Now, you got to remember these times. These times were, if you can imagine, there were no cell phones. There was no internet. Duane sort of, you know, the copy machines were able to use paper, not chisels and stone. But we were just post-Stone Age a little bit. So it was really hard for us to, you know, go and find out what was going on in the global space like it is very easy now. So in addition to the fact that we were allowed to go places and talk to people, they brought people in. I remember in Ivan's graphics class one time, I walked in uncharacteristically early, and there was this Santa Cruz surfer hippie-looking dude that was sitting there, and Ivan comes in, the class assembles, and he introduces him as Dave Huffman. I had read everything that Huffman had written at that point. I had no idea that he was a hippie-looking surfer dude. We met, you know, other crazy people like Edsger Dijkstra, Tolly Holt, and that was very, let's say, Chuck and Tolly sort of got me going on what eventually became known as data flow, which is my thesis. Okay, so had great grad student peers. We were encouraged to work on impossibly hard problems that people like Ivan and Chuck and Tom would put in front of us. And you know, we'd go up and say, okay, do you have any clue how to get started on this program? And the French guys would take the mathematical approach, and the computer science guys would say, well, crap, maybe we can approximate this with enough iterations, and maybe we'll be alive when it finishes, and things like that. So, you know, that was just a springboard for what came next. And I have to say that after my graduate school education, where I've tried very hard to work on problems that were both hard and that if I got right, somebody would care. And that advice came very directly from Ivan. I was so proud of getting the answer to something, and he said, well, that's nice. Go spend your time on something hard next time. Anyway, it was a springboard for a career, and as I look back, I'm still working because I sucked at retirement. As I look back, you know, it just prepared me for everything that came next. I was curious, I embraced the hard stuff, and sometimes I was able to put a dent in it, sometimes not. Chuck.
I was only in Utah for 3 years, but I have uniformly pleasant memories of that time. I wanted to thank Mary for inviting me to here for what's turned out to be a lot of reminiscences with Al and Duane particularly. And so why did I come to Utah? Short answer is Ivan Sutherland. I met Ivan at MIT Lincoln Laboratory in the summer of 1966. I'd finished my first year in graduate school at MIT at the time, and I got a terrific summer job working in Group 23 at Lincoln. Okay, that probably means nothing to most of you, but this is the group that Wesley Clark started and that built the TX0 and the TX2 and built the first mini computer and all of this. And I was a junkie for digital design, and I was going to get some more experience from the real masters there. Ivan, meanwhile, had just finished his tour of duty at ARPA IPT. IPT was the Information Processing Techniques Office of ARPA, but now called
IPTOs.
IPTO.
It's
later.
IPTO now. It was IPT then.
It
I
was
believe.
IPT back then. We're being very historically correct.
You young guys.
Yeah.
You probably still spell it DARPA, but you know it was ARPA back then. And so he had an appointment at Harvard starting that fall, but he spent the summer at Lincoln, basically to be close to his own personal computer, the TX2. The machine on which he had done his famous work on Sketchpad. but Ivan would, wanting to do some digital design, would come in and with some logic drawings after I showed him how to use a logic template. And I would do design reviews with him. So anyway, Ivan and I hit it off pretty well. Working on some of the early parts of his three-dimensional display project. That project continued in the evenings, and through the school year. I went to work at Harvard the next summer and continued working part-time at Harvard on various parts of the Harvard 3D display. By the summer of 1968, I was consulting for Evans and Sutherland after Ivan moved here. And but my wife and I had driven out here to visit my coworkers at ENS, and I had happened to have met Bob Barton at one of the ARPA Alta meetings with Tolly Hold and other people who were teaching about concurrency. We were well underway with the design of the early ENS products at that point. So I became acquainted with Utah and liked it very much. And remember, while all of this was going on, I was still a grad student at MIT. I was an instructor at MIT. That's the next level up from teaching assistant and below assistant professor.
Yeah, but you signed my PhD thesis.
I was a husband and father, and I had written a pretty good PhD thesis. I must have had a lot of energy back then.
So did Barton. He didn't have a PhD.
And it was hard keeping up with Ivan and Bob Sproul and Ivan's team at Harvard. Long story short, my wife was pregnant and had a placenta previa emergency, but my son was born on the 11th of November, 1969. My family all numerologists, so he's born on 11/11. My daughter was born on 5/5. I was born on 1/1.
Me too.
I'll show you my driver's license if you don't believe me.
You and I both, Chuck. 1/1.
1/1, yeah. Dwayne, something else. I'm not nearly the demon programmer that Duane is, but we have the same birthday. Anyway, I started teaching at the university part-time in the spring quarter of 1970. But I also had to go back to MIT and pay tuition for a full semester in order to defend my thesis. A lot of my University of Utah time went into setting up the switching circuits laboratory, which was, if we had it to do over again experience from the one that I set up at MIT, which became the most popular laboratory course at MIT, the Digital Systems Project Lab. And for all the same reasons, we heard it's really good if computer science students know what the understructure is, what it is, how computers work, and what's inside. Of course, I advised students, and I taught an experimental course on switching and automata theory, in which I tried to teach about Petri nets and this avant-garde stuff as well. And thanks to Bob Barton, I also got an interest in education generally. I got to organize a series of workshops on educational kits that was sponsored by IFIPS. And you don't remember IFIPS because it doesn't exist anymore, or does it? International Federation of Information Processing Societies. This is ancient history, Henry. Well, I think part of what made Utah great was that they did not try to be just like other computer science departments. As Al points out, Dave's philosophy really was the foundation of the department. You hire good people and let them do interesting, ambitious things. And he's a wonderful, wonderful man. I got to know him quite well, including going hiking in the Uintas with him and so on. When I was a professor at Caltech, which is admittedly elitist university, I several times was on committees that reviewed other computer science departments, typically with the goal of writing a letter to the dean saying they're really good, but what they need is this, 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 and this. And therefore, the dean would give them some priority in giving them what they needed. Utah was different in having they like to build real things. And unfortunately, too many of the departments are just teaching programming or coding or things like that. And it seems like you're doing fine here. When Mary invited me to give this talk, I knew exactly what or be on this panel. She said this was going to be about computer architecture and computer engineering, but it evolved into being mostly reminiscences. I did want to have a brief remembrance here of a favorite student, William C. Athas. He was an undergraduate here. Al knew him very well.
Yeah, he was my TA and a star, and I convinced him to go to PhD program, and I told him he wouldn't get accepted here. I was a faculty member. I'd make sure he wasn't accepted. But I knew this guy at Caltech that he might want to talk to. It's your story from here.
So Bill came to Caltech and did a superb PhD thesis, and was a teacher and everything else. He did some other things with low-power hearing aids and so on, but then ended up going to Apple. And he became Apple Fellow number 3. Now, number 1 was Woz himself. And I never knew who number 2 was, but Bill was number 3.
Maybe Steve. Maybe Steve Jobs.
Nope. No. Steve was number 0. Yeah, okay. Bill spoke highly of his fellow, Apple fellow. Bill, and it was very sad for many of us who knew him, passed away just before last Christmas at age 62, premature. Had a wife and a daughter, and so if things had gone according to this being about architecture and computer engineering, I would have given a talk which was the highlights of a paper that Bill and I wrote together. Took a couple of months, so we worked really hard on it, and I would recommend it to you. You can't find it, though, because it's IEEE Computer 1988. That's a paper about multi-computers. And Bill and I were somewhat annoyed that a lot of the architecture papers gave lip service to programming, but never showed you a program. So we were bold enough to include the source code for 2 actually. There were originally 3, but we had to cut the paper back. Interesting, non-trivial, multi-computer programs. These are concurrent programs that spawn processes and do all sorts of fun stuff, in the paper. And so all of us who remembered Bill, the topic of multi-computers isn't exactly current today, but it is, because exactly the same programming and communication techniques, message passing techniques are what people use today in compute clusters, which you could almost say is the dominant computer architecture today. Even Al, I believe, agrees with that.
Yep.
Data flow, Al thinks that's true.
You're right. It's all about the data center. That phone you guys carry around, if the data center wasn't there, just a phone.
It would be
Chuck, what made you leave Utah?
Well, that's an easy question. It was the allure of California. I mean, I liked Utah, and I certainly enjoyed skiing, and I didn't miss the beaches so much. But there was the allure of California. My consulting clients were there mostly, including Bob Barton's lab, that when he got Burroughs to set up a lab in La Jolla, California, where we would go swimming at lunch, snorkeling. And we were doing some kind of interesting work there. I was working on digital video, going back a little bit into graphics, but this was all raster graphics. And amongst other things, we developed techniques that Frank Crow also published about, but our patent is about a year before Frank's publications, about using grayscale to eliminate the jaggies on the edges of characters and lines and other figures. This was a way of getting the maximum resolution out of a raster display.
And you know something, the young people who were here just before, I call them young, were talking about teaching undergraduate programs and having to fit 10 pounds in a 5-pound bag. We were in the graduate program, and David Evans' philosophy, he told me that when I went down to teach at BYU afterwards, and he said what he did is he got the best people he could, and then the department would become what those people did and who they were. And because it was a graduate program, there's more flexibility. I remember some kid wanted to do AI at the time, which some of us used to say, oh, artificial intelligence is for the artificially intelligent. And we didn't happen to have an AI big deal guy, and so Dave arranged for the kid to go off to Stanford. And I mean, and he was not, he didn't have a problem with that. The CS department graduate program at Utah was what the faculty were. Tom Stockham came, absolutely top. He didn't do graphics. He did some image processing. It was very interesting. But he was ended up being the father of digital recording. And when Chuck went down to La Jolla at Bob Barton's lab in 1971, and I was just finishing up, and we teased, I ended up being invited to come down there because Ivan and Bob Barton both told me, Ivan says, are you going down to BYU to teach? And I said, well, they've asked if I'd come, and it's my church's school and everything. And Ivan said, we did not give you the education we gave you just so you could go down and teach your guts out at an undergraduate institution. I didn't take his advice. I wish I had, because I went down and I taught my guts out at an undergraduate institution. We got Chuck's laboratory gear, his digital logic gear, and we set up a logic lab. Oh, I think we were twice the size of U of U's logic lab. We had, 30, 40 computer science students and 30, 40 EE students in tandem taking the digital logic design course. We got some of his artwork to make the circuit boards. He gave me a copy of his class notes and all, and we used that and then embellished on it a little bit later. And I hadn't taken Chuck's course, and I was embarrassed at finding that I was teaching logic design as my primary thing. And Chuck said, yeah, but you had me for a tutor down in La Jolla. Down in La Jolla, by the way, some of you are old enough to remember that. Do you remember Captain Video? The TV program? Early on, there was a TV program, and it was a guy by the name of Captain Video, and Derry Watkins is there chuckling away. And they called, down there, they called Chuck Captain Video. I had worked with Tom Stockham quite a bit, and they called me Captain Audio. And then Al Davis even came down and did a stint down there. So the three of us didn't end up at Xerox PARC. We ended up at Bob Barton's lab in
It's a very incestuous world.
And Bob Johnson, where is Mary? Mary's right there, Bob Johnson's wife. And Bob Johnson was a vice president at Burroughs of Engineering, and he's the one that put up with Bob Barton and funded our lab in La Jolla. And then later Bob's, I forgot to tell you, location was very important, and Alta Lodge was a big deal part of the program then. And we used to have, DARPA had workshops up there. And where did I see Bob Sproul?
He's in the back.
I've seen all that time. And Bob Sproul had been to some of those workshops, and he was from Harvard, right? I knew of Bob Sproul's name. He didn't have any idea who I was, but we were there at some of these workshops. They were the DARPA meetings, people coming in from all over, not just mostly the country, I guess, for DARPA. And the meetings they would hold were up at Alta Lodge.
They were workshops.
I don't hear too well, so
They were called workshops.
Workshops.
The serious meetings.
But they let us graduate students come up to them too, and they had nice rooms for the various faculty members, big professionals, and they had a dormitory area that we graduate students were invited to come up and stay in. And so the place was not just University of Utah on this campus, the Merrill Engineering Building, it was also Alta Lodge.
Al, do you have any regrets from your time here? Anything you would do differently?
I do. When I was a graduate student here, it was the most fun I've ever had. Why I decided to leave after the minimum amount of time when I had achieved the right number of credit hours that they would give me a PhD is absolutely beyond me. And I should have stayed longer. Even after my advisor left, I should have said, hey, just sign everything. I'll turn it in later. And I'll do whatever. I'll do some more research, whatever. Because the faculty made it such a good place for us. We were so lucky to be at the right spot at the right time when these brilliant, inspiring faculty members gave us, young, malformed brains in my case, interesting problems to work on. And man, I could have stayed for a long time. If you're going to work for another 50 years, what's your rush in getting out early? I mean, dumb.
Plus, he's a very hot dog skier. He was the best among us.
I do want to open it up for a couple of questions from the audience. No? Sorry. Mary, no? Okay.
Oh, we did it.
All right, so to keep on time, let's wrap up here. Thank you so much for all that insight.
Rajeev, may I say just one other thing? In rummaging through things, Henry Groh, at one time, I was in the bank going to make a loan for some tuition, and he happened to walk in the bank. He may not remember this, but I do. And he said, what are you doing? And I said, I'm making loans so I can pay my tuition next semester. And Henry said, stop it. And he got it out of his checkbook, and he wrote out a check for my tuition. Do you remember? No. I probably but right here, but right here, we found this little notebook my wife found, and on this page it says, this is a little after graduate school, and it says, Al, read what it says down here.
I can't.
It says Davis owes me for his Alta Lodge bill $56.90. You owe. No, just
we're paid up.
Just give it to Henry. Give it to Henry. Okay. Henry, this actually goes to you. I feel like he did to me. Pass it over
All right.
So our first keynote speaker, Telle Whitney, earned her bachelor's in computer science here at the U in 1978 and went on to a PhD from Caltech, an extensive career designing computer chips and their software, as well as leading several startups. In 1994, along with Anita Borg, she co-founded the Grace Hopper Celebration for Women in Computing, an event that inspires thousands of people in computing each year. In fact, it's what inspired me to pursue graduate studies in computer science. Her efforts to improve the environment for women in computing go further, including serving as the CEO for the Anita Borg Institute for 15 years and co-founding the National Center for Women in Information Technology, NCWIT, in 2004. Please welcome Dr. Telle Whitney.
Okay, so is it on? So 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me? Okay, there we go. It's an honor and a privilege to be here. This brings up so many memories of being at the University of Utah. So I'm going to talk a little bit about my story here at the U, and then I'm going to talk about some of the views of 5 women about the future of technology, extraordinary women. It's wonderful to be here. I mean, some of the people you've heard from are part of my history. Ivan Sutherland, who you'll hear through the talk. Chuck Seitz was at Caltech when I was there. Al Davis, I've known since I was an undergraduate, but we worked together in the Bay Area, and so many more. So this is part of my history. And what I am here, as you can tell, I am here to talk about having more women be part of this story going forward. So I really believe in technology. I believe in what's possible. I believe that it can have a positive impact on our lives. But in order to do that, we all need to show up. We need to think about what's possible, but that has a positive impact. And so I'm going to tell you what others are doing. I'll tell you about what I did. But let me start by when I arrived here. My family's from Salt Lake City. I came to the University of Utah. I didn't know anything about computing. And I showed up. I started in theater, took a few classes, didn't work out. Took some political science, didn't work out. Took English. I really didn't know. And and so I took a test that compared my interest to other interests, called an interest inventory test, and programming came out really high. So I thought, I need to find out what this programming is all about. So I took a computer class. Let's see. This is what it looked like. So you've got to imagine, this is mid-70s. We used card decks. We took these cards, huge stacks of cards, turned them into the computer office, got back a listing in half an hour. Those of you who code, think about what that means. You're trying to debug, and you get feedback once an hour. I've spent many an all-nighter here. And, but I loved it. I loved what we could do. I loved being able to solve these logic problems. The computer that you see on the screen was a Sperry Univac. Yes, there was a tech corridor even then in Salt Lake City. It looked a little different. I mean, there was a huge presence of Sperry Univac. And that was what the computer system, the computer office used. This computer you see on the screen is the one that I used at my first job at Sperry Univac. I programmed it. I typed in the code with the switches on the front. It was such a rewarding experience because I knew what a computer looked like. But more than anything else, I loved it. I loved the classes. Viavant helped me. I took Elliott Organics class. He introduced me to all of what computer science looked like. I mean, it was really It was a magical time. But, as you can see, there were not very many women here. But there were women. My COBOL class, the first class I took, yes, I took COBOL. That's because I didn't know any better, but but it was a woman teaching the class. There was a graduate student named Fran Hunt that was here. So unconsciously, there were other women around. And I was so excited to find a discipline that I loved that I didn't really pay attention to the lack of women. And I'll talk more about that. So I went ahead and my first experience with an advocate was here at Caltech. Rich Riesenfeld, who's here. I took a class from him, and he said, I want to introduce you to somebody. And he introduced me to Ivan Sutherland, who's also here. And Ivan invited me to apply to Caltech. Let me talk about what an advocate is. I talk a lot to student groups, and I talk about the importance of a sponsor or advocate. And it's somebody who's in a room talking about a position that you don't even know exists. And Rich introduced me to the idea of going to graduate school. I had not really thought about it seriously, or I didn't really know much about it. And but I couldn't pass up the chance to work with Ivan. So I applied to Caltech. I went there, and it changed my life. On the screen, you see Rich and Elaine, and I think because there were so few women, the fact that there was this talented woman in Rich's life, his wife, really opened his mind to the idea that maybe women could participate. Because they're really, at this point in time, late 70s, there were not many women around. I mean, it was still very rare. So I went to Caltech. And I loved working with Ivan, as so many people have said. He left, though, a year after I got there. He told me I did not sign up to be your PhD thesis advisor. And I said, okay. But I loved the year that we spent. But what I did get involved with is my thesis advisor was a man named Carver Mead. And Carver Mead and Lynn Conway really had just written a book called Mead and Conway. And if you go on the web, you can see discussions about the Mead and Conway revolution. This revolution that would change my life, but it would change all of your lives, because it allowed us to create these products that could solve problems in interesting ways. And so I loved being at Caltech. I'm actually still in touch with Carver and with Lynn, and at that time, we imagined a different future. And I was a graduate student, and I thought they did a great job of talking about the craziness of being a graduate student, but really focused on both getting a PhD thesis, but also working with all these talented people. So what did those early days of VLSI look like? We already had silicon, and Carver was an incredible silicon guy. He envisioned more and more transistors on the silicon. But Lynn was a system-level thinker. And for the first time, we had these scalable design rules, so that all these students like me, like all the others, could make these tiny little designs, and we could get them fabbed using these multi-chip wafers. And because you wouldn't have been able to afford that if you didn't have all these systems in place. Moses came to bear, and we sent them off, and people really radically thought about different ways of doing designs. Jim Clark, who I think is here, was one of the early people who really said, do you need a special purpose processor? At least in my world. There were many others. I mean, NVIDIA is one of the businesses that really has made a lot of products that use these special purpose processors. Because if you look at the transistors growing, first of all, the processors, the x86 and now ARM, I mean, they used top-of-the-line process and RAM. But what really made this whole revolution interesting was these special purpose designs. Something that brought something different, that was novel. What you see on the screen is something that I did at a startup called Malleable Technologies, and this was a special purpose processor for DSP. So it did DSP operations well. We brought to market a voice over IP processor. Now then, there was the dot-com bust, and so it went its own way. But still, I love this idea of being part of a future where we could create something that looks different than what we have today. Moore's Law, if you look at what is possible, and by the way, Carver named Moore's Law. He worked a lot with Gordon Moore, so it was his idea, and they really thought that it would keep doubling. And the thing that's been really amazing and really informs our future is that it did. It took some pretty sophisticated kinds of technology to make that happen, but it did. And so the AI, which, I mean, my first job, we had AI, but they couldn't do anything because they didn't have the computing. And now we do. And so as you look forward, that phone that's in all of your hands has more compute power, 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times than that Sperry UNIVAC computer I showed earlier. And the data centers, which probably this audience doesn't need to be told, but that's what allows us to go on Amazon. That's what allows us to go anywhere. And it has changed our lives. But where are the women? You know, as an undergraduate, because of Fran, because of the others, Elaine, I wasn't that aware that I was one of the very few women, but at Caltech I was. I loved the work that we did, but I got very tired of sticking out in ways that I didn't always enjoy. So when I got to Silicon Valley and I participated in a number of chip startups, I also set out to find other women. There was a group out of Stanford that got together pretty regularly, and it was during that time that I met Anita Borg. Now, Anita and I created the Grace Hopper Celebration of Women in Computing in 1994. It was about 500 people, but it really was intended to celebrate the achievements of all these remarkable women who were around. There weren't very many of them, but there were some remarkable women. I remember, I mean, it was a lot of work. CRA, which is the Computing Research Association, which is what most academic institutions belong to in computing, they were the fiscal sponsor. NSF provided scholarships for all these women students. And they came. Anita and I stood up on the balcony, and we watched all these women come in. I'd never seen so many women, and I knew this is my tribe. This is where I belong. And it's grown. I mean, in the center of this, you see the growth of the conference. This is the numbers of attendees. But we got together with industry, something called Latinas in Computing. This is a community that brought together women from a Latina background. So there was all kinds of different things, but it was always a celebration, as you see from the dance floor. I mean, we loved to enjoy. And I will tell you that that is what brought so many of the women there, was that they left feeling energized, and they took it back for the year. Now, it was also became a place to recruit top-notch talented women, which is still true today. Okay, so what I want to do is talk about some of the achievements of some remarkable women. Why do we care if women are part of our future? Well, think about some of the really tough problems. I mean, you've heard some of it earlier. You see all these hard problems that we have to solve, and you want the full set of brains, and women are half of the population, so we want them there. So what I'm going to do now is talk about 5 women. I'm also going to share their story because I think it's interesting to see the roadmap of how they got into computing, but also talk about where their vision is. And these are their ideas, every one of them I've talked to, not mine. But I think it's important. And I want to start with Ashley Kahlert because she embodies everything that I talk about. She came to in the same way that Rich changed my life and opened up the possibilities for what my future looked like. When Ashley came to Grace Hopper for the first time, it changed her life. She was brought to the Grace Hopper conference by one of her faculty. Many universities, they bring groups of students because they have seen that it really helps them to retain those female students, and that's how Ashley came. And not only did she stay in computing, she was energized by it. She came back in her junior year and discovered by hearing a talk at Grace Hopper about biological computing. And with that, she went to Brown. She just got her PhD last fall in computational biology, and she's now at Microsoft Research. She really believes that you can provide a platform for clinicians and researchers to be able to quickly evaluate drugs and clinical approaches. So this is her view of what might happen. And she starts with a lot of data. She makes sure that this data comes from very diverse set of people, very different for different diseases, different places in their disease. And then based on this massive data, she creates an AI model. And then the AI model allows clinicians and people who have developed drugs to quickly evaluate different alternatives. And if you look at computing, you see more and more that computing, the interesting problems in computing are marrying computing with other disciplines. And in this case, it's medicine. So building on that, I'd like to introduce Cecilia Aragon. Cecilia I've known since the 1997 Grace Hopper celebration. She was a co-founder of the Latinas in Computing. So, and the picture in the lower right, well, my left, your right, is when the Latinas in Computing was founded. She has a PhD from UC Berkeley. She has a strong mathematical base. And she's now at the University of Washington. She really believes that if you look at data, that you you need to introduce humans into the equation. She does, in fact, she just wrote a book called Human-Centered Data Science. And here's the thing, is that you want to be, computers are great at processing this data. So the key is to be able to figure out when to inject the humans to help inform the outcomes. One of the problems that she did was working with looking for supernovas. And so the Mount Palomar telescope took all this data every night. They ran some algorithms over it, and then for interesting problems, they sent it over to the telescope in Hawaii. There, that's a much more expensive telescope. So there but they took the locations and they looked at various places out in the sky. And at that point, they involved this locationally diverse team to look at the data and really choose which of these many choices are the most interesting ones that would look for supernovas. And that's one example of how she's integrating humans into the data analysis. And building on that, I go to Fei-Fei Li. So Fei-Fei is the director of Human-Centered Artificial Intelligence at Stanford. She's also a co-founder of something called AI for All, which is creating the next generation of AI leaders. I'm on the board. So Fei-Fei is a first-generation immigrant. When she was an undergraduate, on the weekend, she worked in her family's dry cleaning place. She really embodies that first-generation immigrant. She has a bachelor's from Caltech, and she's now considered one of the premier experts in AI. Some of her early work was in something called ImageNet, which created a database of images that was used for image recognition. But I have to read this. Fei-Fei says, since the dawn of human civilization, we innovate. These tools are part of human creation and part of the human fabric. Philosophically, there is no separate machine values. They reflect human values. AI is exciting. Humans make this for humans, but we must create guardrails. She's worked extensively with the medicine as well as computing, but she's very focused on how do you do this in an ethical way. And as you think about the ChatGPT results that are all over the news, remember that all that response came from us. That's the part that is scary. This data came from people. And so the best and the brightest really need to figure out how, as you look at this data, we create guardrails and ensure that it makes sense and that it helps the future of our planet. And that's what Fei-Fei is all about. Aisha Evans is, I'm aware we're late, and I wanted to allow a few minutes for questions. So Aisha Evans is the CEO of Zoox. She grew up in Senegal. She had STEM education. Her father was a telecommunications engineer. But when she first graduated, she opened a restaurant with her husband. But then became interested in making a difference. She joined Intel, and I know her because she was on our board. She was a very successful Intel executive, very good at what she does. Now, at Zoox, they are creating a car from scratch. I know you hear a lot about self-driving cars. Theirs is a people mover. There's no driver's seat. So they really want to be able to create technology that will move us around in the future. Amazon bought Zoox and are investing heavily in this because they believe this is important. And I believe that we will see this in the years to come. I think I'm writing a book on culture at companies, and I interviewed Aisha. These are a couple of quotes from her that I feel like are really important. Going back to this idea of the advocate or sponsor, she really recommends that you choose people, mentors and sponsors from the majority population. As an aside, I mean, I talked about Rich earlier. My other key advocate was Carver, and both were men because the world I was operating in, the people in power were all men. She talks about the importance of women getting together, but that you want to find room at the table. Great quote. And then the other quote, what I love, is when she came to Intel, she came into the wireless division. And it was not Intel's main product. But because it was high value to Intel, she had access to senior executives, and it really helped her in her career. Now, it's important that the company values it, because many of her peers just went off after the same jobs, the ones that everybody wanted. And then my last woman to talk about the future of technology is Mary Lou Jepson. She is a personal hero. She's an inventor and entrepreneur. She is best known as the first CTO of 1 laptop per child. She's very focused on optical and displays. She over 50 products, high impact products. So now she's at Open Water. Open Water is a new company. She's a co-founder and also CEO. And they believe that they can deliver both diagnostic and medical solutions without actually doing any cutting. You see this visor, this is the visor they're developing, and they hope to have this year a diagnostic approval for strokes. And what they're doing is they're using light and sound to penetrate your brain, and initially to evaluate the blood flow, but ultimately to use it to identify cancer and fix it, brain cancer. I mean, this is a future view. As I listen to what she wants to do with brain cancer, I mean, Anita died from brain cancer, so it's very personal. And I think it is so exciting what she's doing. Here are 2 quotes from Mary Lou. And one of the ones that I think is really important is her work. She goes to the boundaries of disciplines. She works in physics, electrical engineering, computer science, and the humanities. All too often we tend to go deep, but I will tell you that many, if not most, of the breakthroughs are at the boundaries between disciplines. And I think this is important. And then the second quote is one that I use in every talk that I give. And that's, imagine empowering people to do the best work of their lives because there are no impediments. This is the world that we can create. And this is the world that we can create together. So I'm going to wrap up by showing you some pictures. These are all from Grace Hopper. We had a wildly diverse set of people come there excited about technology. I mean, this is our next generation. This is who we want to create new inventions 50 years from now when we're getting together again. It includes my friend Fran Allen, who has passed away, but was the first woman to win the Turing Award, which is the Nobel Prize of the computing community. We have 2 Turing Award winners here, right? but there was no women in Telfran. There's now been 3, so that's good. But as you think about your future, I would encourage you to embrace it, to embrace your team, to push for a future, to imagine what is possible, and then go do it. Thank you. Oh. So I wanted to, is there time for a couple of questions? Okay, and I also wanted to mention that there's a book coming out in April about, if you're interested in women in STEM, this is, it'll come out in April. It includes Maria Clave, Cecilia Arawakan, me, Rita Caldwell, some amazing women. And I'd encourage you to take it. And I'm happy to answer questions as long as you want, understanding that many of you may want to head to lunch. Okay.
Hi.
Hi.
My name is Katie, and I actually work in fashion computing, which is very women-driven. Most of our rooms are half-half. But I note one thing in the women over the men, and I'm not sure if you notice this or have any comment on it, but it's a nurturing factor. So usually somebody comes up with an idea, and then the women will play a devil's advocate of, well, how will this be good for the community or bad for the community? And I generally seem to find it more coming out of women's mouths than men's mouths. And I think that impacts the overall community of what we want to start seeing in the world of clothing, and really accepting people where they're at in their life and making better product, right? But also being less wasteful. So my bigger question is how do you think that women in communities of science, of other user products, can be impactful in that nurturing way?
So great question. So first of all, if you look at the entire population, there's going to be a very diverse set of approaches for women just as much as for men. In general, I find that women are more interested in how they're going to change the world in a positive way. You look at these 5 women that I chose. This was not a criteria for choosing them, but all of them are looking at had a positive impact on the world. This is one of their driving forces. I do think that when you're looking at teams for technology, ensuring that you have more women at the table can help ensure that things like ethics and how it impacts the community is more possible. But once again, you'd hate to say that half the population, this is all what they do, but I do see that. Oh, come on. Okay, hungry lot. Yes, Elaine.
Further to what you said about the fact that there are women involved in multiple areas, I believe it was Anita Jones who once was involved in somewhere in the hierarchy of DARPA who made the comment that the most interesting research is on the border between areas, and that's the most difficult to deal with. And just about everything that was up there, what you've done, what others do, are on the borders, on the edges, pushing edges together.
Yes, so Anita is also one of my personal heroes. She was very supportive. She spoke at our first 2 Grace Hoppers. Her husband just passed away, Bill Wolf, for those of you who knew him. He sat on my board for quite a few years until his health no longer permitted it. And he was adamant about bringing more women into technology. And he overhauled the National Academy of Engineering because of that view. But yes, I believe that you're finding work that sits at the boundaries, and I think that what you do, that actually is true of computer graphics and mathematics. And so I do think that, I think it's important. Okay.
Okay, so now it's time for lunch. We have box lunches. They're down the stairs. There are 2 rooms on the left and the right. Both are the same. And you may find, if you find you have trouble finding a seat, there are lots of seats in here. So, feel free to wander around. There's also open space in the building. And be back here at 1:30. going to get started in a couple of minutes. Can people make their way back to their chairs? Ask Steve. Please take your seats. We'll be starting in about 2 minutes.
You have to say it again. It wasn't on.
Okay. Please take your seats. We'll be starting in about 2 minutes. Okay, we're ready to get started again. Please sit down.
Hello. Hi, everyone. No. Well, thank you all for coming to the afternoon part of our event. Well, my name is Jamie Excel, and it is my distinct pleasure to invite yet another distinguished alumni of Utah to the stage, Dr. Steve Parker, who is currently at NVIDIA as he's the Vice President of Professional Graphics, and he's been doing a lot of ray tracing related stuff, which is very dear to my heart, I have to say. Before that, though, before joining the NVIDIA 2008, Dr. Parker was actually here in Utah, or is a member of our faculty here. And before that, he had a PhD from Utah in 1999, if I remember correctly. So we're ready to hear from him, I guess. Thank you.
Well, thank you. So I'm here, and I'm to somewhat talk to the students, and so hopefully there's enough students here. There's others. Hopefully will at least be entertained along the journey. And I think they invited me so that I could assure everybody that the fun wasn't concentrated only in the 70s. So hopefully I can dispel that. So hopefully I can dispel that rumor, and let me tell you a little bit about my role at NVIDIA. So I joined NVIDIA just over 15 years ago as part of NVIDIA research, and over the course of that time frame, we built what is now known as NVIDIA RTX, or real-time ray tracing capabilities that ships in tens of millions, I don't know how many exactly, GPUs around the world, runs games, and brings what has traditionally been a high-end computer graphics experience to real-time, commodity, interactive gaming. And then the other role that I'm doing now is now trying to take that even further. And I'm the CTO of a product that we're building called Omniverse, which is kind of the gathering place for all of NVIDIA's technology. We bring ray tracing and physics and simulation of various kinds and content creation and large language models and all of those things into a common, what we call the industrial metaverse. And Omniverse is one of the most ambitious projects I've ever been a part of, and you'll hear a little bit about it, see some cool pictures from it too. But that's what I do. It's a long journey and a passion project. I think the most important thing I want to say to all the students here today, and hopefully there are more watching online, you are absolutely, unequivocally standing on the shoulders of giants. Many of those giants are in the room today. There are many others that are not. And this photo is a little bit weird, a little bit slightly disturbing, but it illustrates both the amazing capabilities and the limitations of AI-generated art, right? So I told the AI, I said, please, I didn't say please, but I said, maybe that's the problem. I said, make me a photo of somebody standing on the shoulders of a giant who's standing on the shoulders of other giants, right? And because that's really how I feel like my time here and those that built the foundations on which I can extend and build, and hopefully I'm building foundations for others to extend and build in both a technical way and a very personal way too. So, so let me try to convince you of this in kind of three big topics. I'm going to talk to you about some of the giants in my life. I'm going to talk to you about kind of where that led me over the last decade or so, and we'll get into some technical tidbits a little bit, and then kind of look forward a little bit. Like, what is the future? Is it all done? Was all the fun in the 70s and 90s when I was there, or is there more fun to be had? And so hopefully I'll convince you that there's both some challenges and some fun. So, and there's many giants, in a personal level in my life, family, parents, students, colleagues, and very grateful for all of them, hundreds of them, thousands of them. And they didn't allot me 45 days to go through all of that, but I want to point out, with the benefit of hindsight, I want to articulate 9 very specific moments that are almost like, flashbulb events in my life, in my career, shortly before and shortly after Utah, that led me to where I am today, and hopefully draw what you can, what you as a student or faculty can take away from that. So the very first one is, what is the spark? How do you ignite a passion? I was interested in computer graphics since I was a teenager, watching the work of many of the people in this room. And I was an undergraduate student at the University of Oklahoma. I liked to wander through the library and look at the books, and I stumbled upon one book in particular that, out of all the books in the entire engineering library, ignited a passion. And in particular, chapters by Eric Haynes and Andrew Glassner. Eric Haynes is actually now on my team, but that were written in a way that was approachable, that I could, as that 21-year-old or however I was, that I could understand it and I could be interested in it, and I could see that there was more potential to go further from there. And it turned that interest in computer graphics into a passion. And I wrote software and things like that. I also paid a lot of overdue late fees for that book. I think probably bought it three or four times. But the next thing that I was inspired by as an undergraduate in Oklahoma is something that some of you may remember called the Utah Raster Toolkit. And it is there was no internet. There was this Usenet thing that was kind of hokey, but there was no advertisement that I saw or billboard that I saw that said the University of Utah was good at computer graphics. That was the thing that connected me to the University of Utah. And I knew of Utah because I had family here. My parents were both born and raised here, and my diapers were being changed when a lot of the foundational work was happening here. But that one thing, and the thing that I take away or invite you to take away from that is to build stuff. And you heard about the same thing earlier on the panel. Build stuff that's larger than you as an individual. And it's subsequently been replaced by other more sophisticated things. But I guess one other maybe takeaway more for the faculty is the fact that it was called the Utah Raster Toolkit as opposed to the Raster Toolkit was a brilliant branding move that led me to the University of Utah. And one day I was visiting my grandparents when they were still around, and I was like, okay, well, I want to go up to that university. I want to see what that is all about. Is it really more than just this little raster toolkit thing, or is it something? And it was summer, so none of the faculty were there, except for one, Jamie Painter. And Jamie dropped whatever he was doing and spent an hour with me and taught me something. Taught just, as a teacher and a mentor. And I didn't write a specific advice here because there's so many things to do. I think making for the faculty, making time for a curious student that wandered in off the streets, or making the fact that I was either naive or brave enough to just wander into the department unannounced, and my experience with Jamie then, as well as knowing him at Utah and at Los Alamos, is that he was always teaching. In particular, the topic he taught me, and I remember it again like a flashbulb moment, is he taught me what a light expression was. He asked me if I'd heard of it, and he told me about it, and I was able to understand it, in that time period. And so I was able to take computer graphics courses from him. He was a great teacher. The next one you saw earlier, Dave Hanscom. So I was accepted to the master's program at Utah, and a little bit like some of the earlier stories, I came to get a master's, and then eventually got tricked or sold into getting a PhD, and there was this meeting, like all grad students have to be at this meeting, and you have to learn how to teach. Well, I wasn't offered a TA-ship. I didn't have the best grades or best track record, but I got in anyway, and there's this moment that is like a flashbulb moment that probably didn't mean anything to Dave at the time, but there was a bunch of students, and we all, if we're honest with ourselves, have a small dose of imposter syndrome, right? And so we go in, and I didn't know what that was called at the time, but you go in, and there's some other student, and they're giving we were invited to give I think a 3-minute lecture on a topic that we were well acquainted with, and that was supposed to give us. And we got feedback on our teaching. Dave was able to provide, and the topic that I wanted, I'm going to do ray tracing. I've been learning all about ray tracing the last 2 years from that book in the engineering library. And then somebody else did ray tracing. I don't know if I should do that because he knew a lot more than I did because I was this self-taught kind of person. And it's like, okay, but I like Dave, came in with a handicap, which is called an electrical engineering degree, and so okay, well, I can do Carnot maps, right? I think it's easier to teach that in 3 minutes, and I can teach people how to do a Carnot map in 3 minutes. And so I did that, and little did I know, but Dave Hanscom was, immediately said, I need him for my TA for my computer architecture class, which I TA'd for him my first year here. And I came here to Utah without a job, small family, no job, and turned, that one thing of just showing up and going with your gut was able to turn, something where I wasn't even kind of sure how I would finish the first year of graduate school into something that gave me a golden opportunity to be on campus and to learn how to teach from one of the masters. delighted to see Jim on the front row. So Jim, your son, Mike Clark, is another one of these flashbulb moments in my life. He was a really good friend, tremendous individual. What was that? He's and one of the things that he taught me is that group projects can actually be okay. I had in my entire undergraduate experience had never had a successful experience with a group project, but Mike and I kind of clicked and got it off and worked on compiler project together in John Carter's compiler class. And he's an excellent collaborator. Taught me a lot of things about Emacs, like just basic things, and was a friend throughout my graduate career, and it was truly a pleasure to have that experience. Now the next pivotal moment is Chris Johnson. So after my first year of graduate school, I did well. I worked my tail off in all those classes. I worked my tail off for Dave and debugged all those suitcases for all the students in the lab, and then I talked with Chris, and he had this little dark, dingy office right next to the noisy, smelly, stinky bathroom in the Merrill Engineering building. And he's like, well, I think you should come join my group. And I was like, well, I don't know, because Utah was in let's say a rut of tenuring students or tenuring professors, and like, is Chris really going to be around, or is he going to, and I said, okay, well, maybe. And then he said, well, you need to get a PhD. And I said, oh, well, I was only just planning to get a master's, and then work to support my family. And he convinced me that getting a PhD was worthwhile, and hand raised me as an academic and a collaborator for years. He sent me on my first business trip. He started me on 25 consecutive years of attending the supercomputing conference, which was broken only by the pandemic. We spent a week in London. We've edited countless papers and learned how to write from him. Countless grant proposals, and most importantly, he pushed for the resources that we needed to have a unique research footprint. And he helped me apply for the Computational Science Graduate Fellowship from the Department of Energy, which reinforced the value of interdisciplinary work. It also gave me an opportunity to go work with Chuck Hansen and Jamie Painter again at Los Alamos. And it's also where I met my wife, so it worked out okay. And Chris was instrumental in achieving that. And so I was there with building the foundation of the Ski Institute. This is Ski Run. This is my project that was kind of one of the first kind of group projects that we got together as graduate students to go build. And what you saw on the surface is pretty pictures and visualizations, but what you missed was all the Chris editing papers and spending 24/7 writing grant proposals or trying to work the politics, and occasionally getting arrows in the back in the process, but it did work out. And one of the things that I think is in common with the period that we had with the 70s is we had resources that were pretty unique among the academic department. We had a lot of SGI equipment. We had indies and octanes on our desks. We had a big thing called a reality monster, which filled half of the machine room, and we wanted to call it Raptor, but then we split it into two pieces, and so we called it Raptor and Rapture, and that caused no end of confusion. But because this thing was sitting there, like, well, what can that thing do? Like, it's supposed to be for this, computational science stuff we're doing, but I'm pretty sure, we can use all the CPUs in there for some computer graphics. And that's begins my engagement with who I think is the ideal collaborator, Pete Shirley. Pete is an idea factory. He'll spin things out. He has a little bit of a contrarian attitude, and that's probably my takeaway for each of you, is to be slightly contrarian. And he pushed me to publish the things that we were doing. And he's always upbeat and always positive. And what we did is we built something called a real-time ray tracer using that SGI equipment. And that real-time ray tracer at the time was an oxymoron. And we took all of the models that were created in Utah in the 70s, and we built interactive, crude, real-time experiences. And we also found that we could take that thing and use it for scientific visualization. We're able to beat the standard marching cubes and other techniques by orders of magnitude. And so it turned something from, kind of an experiment for fun into something that was suddenly practical, and that won the Best Paper Award in Viz 98. We'll tell you a little bit more about that because it kind of led to where I am today. The other flashbulb kind of moment is the C-Safe project. It was led by Dave Pershing, and it's called the Center for Simulation of Accidental Fires and Explosions, where the goal was to build a simulation of a puddle of jet fuel that's, you simulate all the chemical reactions and fluid dynamics in the fire, and over which you suspend a steel container filled with a high energy explosive, and you simulate all the dynamics in that entire event. It was a super ambitious project. I think if we'd known how ambitious it was at the beginning, we may not have ever started. That's how all the best projects begin. It lasted over a decade. I was there for a decade, but I think it went further in other forms beyond that. And Dave was a very firm but gentle leader that is a style that I continue to try to learn from today. And again, we had access to more hardware. It was at the DOE labs, but there were these ASCII computers that was the first petaflop machine, and the ASCII white was, I can't read it from here, 12 teraflops. And I just want to put that in perspective. I forgot to put the date on ASCII purple, but where we're at today, so a single NVIDIA GPU that's about this big and runs 300 watts is either just slower or just faster, depending on how you count it, than that ASCII purple. ASCII purple was $300 million, multiple megawatts, and filled a room, and took a fleet of personnel to manage. And there's some things that are weaker about and there's some things that are stronger. In particular, it's got 10 times as much floating point horsepower if you're doing AI type work. And so we'll get back to that, how we've done this. But the thing that I think all the students should be aware of is that throughout its history, Utah has always punched above its weight class. Why is it that this a fairly small university at the time in this very small state, approximately hundreds of miles from anywhere, why is it that they're always named in the same sentences as other places that are much more common? And so there's obviously all the foundational technologies that I think the rest of this is about. There's the Science and Technology Center, which was Brown, Caltech, Cornell, UNC, and Utah. We were the first, one of the first 4 nodes on the ARPANET, which became the internet. The ASCII Center that we talked about before was Caltech, Chicago, Illinois, Stanford, and Utah. And punching above your weight class is a little bit of a angry analogy, but I couldn't come up with a better one, right? And so, I think above all, I hope that continues. But the close of my University of Utah came one day on a day, with weather similar to this, where David Kirk and David Lupke flew into town and said, we're starting this NVIDIA research group. and we kind of like you to, come, do some, start some ray tracing work here at NVIDIA. And they said, well, what do you want to do? And I said, well, I think I would really like to build an engine with ray tracing as the focus. I think it will, it will be able to be useful for a lot of things. And luckily, and by the way, I told them it would take 5 years, but luckily I found fellow travelers and people who are already starting on that project at NVIDIA. I worked very closely with Rev Leberedian, who started Omniverse, and so rather than me starting a competitor, I joined his team. Right, I joined forces with him to go help build that, and so we build the rendering system and some of the parallel distributed computing pieces of Omniverse. So the next chapter is, what did we do to make real-time ray tracing real? Well, in 1980, ray tracing was proposed, and in one of the more seminal papers in all of computer graphics history by Turner Whitted. And around that time frame, Turner was asked, what would it take to make this real time? And this was his response. And I'm paraphrasing. He told it to me personally, so I'm just kind of going from memory. But he said, well, you go take a bunch of crays in the desert, and you put a red, green, and blue light bulb. And it had to be a light bulb because the blue LED had not even been invented yet, right? So tie a red, green, and blue light bulb to the top of each one and fly over it at 30,000 feet. He's a pilot. And that was his proposed solution. So remember that, because we're gonna get back to that. So I mentioned some of the work that we had done with Pete about interactive ray tracing. We started publishing it. How do we use this big SGI the size of a room to go do that? We used even larger ones at SGI and at NASA. We took models, all the famous work that had been done decades before, and produced these real-time systems. And then when I joined NVIDIA, we were like, well, let's figure out how to make that work on a GPU. And we produced a demo. This is now a decade or 15 years old, but in about 1 month, produced a demo of that where we had a car running, and it looks a little bit flat and stale by modern graphic standards, but at the time it was. At the time, the common wisdom was, oh, GPUs will never be good at ray tracing, and so we set out to prove them wrong, and then subsequently turned that into a stream of products and more demos, and kept raising the bar. And it was published in SIGGRAPH of 2010. The programming model subsequently republished an extended version of it in CACM Research Highlights. And the foundation of this programming model are now the guts of DirectX ray tracing and the Vulkan ray tracing standards in the industry today. We also kept working on making it more and more realistic. One of these photos is one of these is a photograph, and one of them is simulated, path traced. So we had a real or rendered contest around that time frame to see if you could guess which was which. It was super popular. I have actually forgotten which one is which, and I'd have to stare at it a little bit to know. But it's you have to treat this thing as a science. Get all the calibration and the entire units correct and pipeline things. And the core of it is the core of ray tracing is how do you find the needle in a haystack? Right, so I have a point and a line, and I want to know what is the triangle that is most closely visible along that line. The most common technique is called a BVH algorithm, where you kind of think of, I have a box, and in that are other boxes, and in that are other boxes, and then in there is finally the triangle that I want. And so on a GPU, this runs on our SM, our streaming multiprocessor, and it runs pretty efficiently. You can do this, but the challenge is many thousands of instructions per array. And so what Telle Whitney described as a special purpose processor, what we did was put a special purpose processor in the special purpose processor. And that's what we call RTX, or the RT cores, where we took the core of that algorithm and built very focused hardware to do what was 80% of the work, and built fixed function hardware that works in conjunction with the streaming multiprocessors on the device. And one of the funnest moments of my life, stressful but also fun, is at SIGGRAPH in 2018. We announced this when we launched our product line called Turing, which we had been able to keep secret for 5 years that we were working on this. And we built a physical mock-up of the Turner-Whitted glass ball checkerboard scene and invited people to come take pictures of it. If you look closely, the middle one's Don Greenberg and Andy Van Dam. And I have a picture of me with Turner-Whitted in there, but unfortunately it's buried somewhere in my millions of photos. And we launched this to the world, and the world initially didn't get it, but now they do. So there's one other thing that we looked at when we first started doing this so this is a visualization we made where it's how long does it take? Instead of showing the picture, it's how long did it take to trace the ray in that pixel? The brighter the color, the longer it took. And this was a problem because the ratio between these things is like 100 to 1, right? And so if you've taken a parallel computer science class, you've been told that ray tracing is embarrassingly parallel, so simple. But when you start putting load balancers and all the data structures and other stuff on this, it's not an embarrassingly parallel problem anymore, right? If you actually try to make it real. And so in last fall, we announced the second major thing that we had been working on, which is something called shader execution reordering. And you can think of it as adopting the techniques that have been built for out of order processing in an instruction stream to ray tracing, where we will sort and bin like for like. And so if you're all the rays that are hitting the shiny part or the car paint or the wood will all be regrouped dynamically in the chip on the fly, so that it can keep up with the pace of increase. And the good news is, we've decided to continue to do more, but I'm not allowed to tell you about it right now. But let's revisit what we heard. What we heard Turner-Whitted say. Like, what if you just took a bunch of crays in the desert and put them in the desert? Well, a cray one was 160 megaflops. And the GPU that we're delivering this stuff on is either 83 teraflops or 191 if you count the ray tracing horsepower. And it's about 500,000 to 1.2 million. And so, but we can do 8 megapixel image. So there's roughly a factor of 8 missing in there somewhere. So he was pretty close, but there is one more factor of 8, and that's where AI comes in. And so the thing that makes this viable is something that we call DLSS, or deep learning supersampling, where it takes those 1.2 million pixels, and what the images that we show, 7 out of 8 of them are hallucinated by a neural network. And so, Shannon lied to you, right? There is more information in there. And it's not that he lied, he just had the wrong problem statement for the problem that we are trying to solve. And it's not how much information is in a signal, it's also about the information in your experience, right? And that's really what a neural network is doing, is encoding that experience in numbers and other information. and that cars tend to look like cars, and people tend to look like people. And so that boosts something that's borderline impractical to now something that's practical. And so I'm actually amazed that if you take the Cray 1 and where we're at today, and you include not only the raw floating point and a factor of 8, it's it's at least 1 decimal point, maybe 2 or 3 from what Turner's somewhat flippant projection. So we've continued to push on that. There's working very closely with NVIDIA research, other Utah alum, Chris Wyman and Erin LaFawn, who leads our real-time graphics. We've taken these images that were previously minutes to render. They're now 10 milliseconds with thousands of lights and hair, dynamically simulated hair on the tiger and things like that. And it's, by crafting every single level of the hardware and software that we're able to get there. Turner, these images are arguably much more sophisticated than Turner Whitted's original pictures, but we've also had algorithmic sophistication that's increased along the way. It's not just the hardware that got us there. All right, now I need to know how to go forward. So we've taken those raw capabilities, built them into a system called Omniverse, and we've used Omniverse to build things like virtual avatars. This is our Toy Jensen is what we call it, CEO of NVIDIA, TJ for short, and there's all sorts of AI in there that can take audio and distort the mesh so it looks like it's talking. That can have a natural language response like ChatGPT that was referenced earlier, and the graphics and the physics and all of those things embedded together. And there's no, we do our very best to have no phenomenological graphics, but to really do simulation and AI enhancements of that simulation. And so what do you do with, when you have all of that computing power in a small piece? Well, what you do is you build bigger ones out of it. And so we announced this just last week. This is a 512 GPU data center product called OVX. And we are building a product called Omniverse Cloud. So this system has over 100 million way parallelism. And so, the multi-processing that we talked about earlier is where that all began, but it's gone a lot further than that. And one of the things we're doing with this is BMW is building a factory entirely in Omniverse years before they will build it physically. Couple of years, and they estimate that it will save them 30% of the cost of this multi-billion-dollar factory. And and we simulate all the robots, we simulate all the processes that are going through the factory. The factory is so large that the curvature of the Earth matters, and so we built Omniverse to be able to handle the complexity and the physical simulation basis of it is what enables us to do that. So if you want to sell them a robot that sweeps the floors, you can go prove out whether your robot is going to work in this virtual environment without injecting it into the real factory and potentially causing expensive delays in the product line. And so we're taking those pieces now, building larger and larger and larger amounts of parallelism that we're building in Omniverse Cloud, which is more and more parallel. And I think the best way to highlight what we've been doing is just to show you some pretty pictures, since it's a graphics conference after all. me see it again. So there's, it's giants standing on top of giants, right? That led to this point. And what's next? I think there's kind of two opposing truths that everybody needs to have in their mind. Number one, the pace of Moore's law has either slowed or stopped, depending on how you calculate it. But the pace of computing will continue to accelerate. And why? How can those two things be true simultaneously? And I'm running short on time, so I'm not going to go into too much detail. But Moore's law was always an easy target for colloquium talks, and so I'm vowed to never, to never give one myself. This is my favorite quote. If you were plowing a field, would you rather use 2 strong oxen or 10, 24 chickens? Well, turns out the chickens won, but the shape of Moore's law has shifted, and starting in the late 2010s, what was known as Dennard scaling ended, and began multi-core and special purpose processors, and rapidly increase in parallelism. Densities continue to shrink, but costs don't. And actually, only 2 or 3 years ago, projections about what the iPhone costs, the cost per transistor is actually not going down. And so, so what that means is, business models will shift and technologies will shift. And by the way, it's not for lack of trying. If you haven't seen this was announced last week in our keynote. But we're working with ASML to work on extreme ultraviolet lithography, and there's some, all the transistors are called polygons, and so all of the same algorithms we've been talking about earlier to make beautiful pictures also apply here too, and this is an incredible machine. I'll skip some of the videos in the interest of time, but it produces, it vaporizes tin with a pair of lasers to produce an exactly 13.5 nanometer pulse of light that is used from the masks. And what they're printing is much smaller than 13.5 nanometers, and so they have to solve the interference patterns that will produce the transistors at the end of the day. You can have one of your own for $250 million, and we're working closely to use AI and accelerated computing to help make that better. But the appetite for computing continues to grow. Estimated that the global data center uses about 4% of the planet's power, and is continuing to grow. ChatGPT popularity has been through the roof, and their CEO was quoted as saying the costs of inferencing ChatGPT are eye-watering, I think is the term he used. And so that leads me to 3 opportunities. One is, for all of the students in the room, interdisciplinary computing. The advances in computing will come from understanding the entire stack, will come from algorithms and parallel algorithms. We've created new algorithms for sorting in the last few years. We've cracked algorithms that were previously thought to be serial. We now have parallel equivalents of. And connections to all the other disciplines, science, language, art, engineering, business, and you name it. I'm going to not talk about the specific parallel algorithm we cracked. Architecture, we've already talked about the need for special purpose architecture. And then, of course, it wouldn't be complete without a nod to AI. Every chapter of every graphics book that has ever been written will need to be rewritten because there will be some component in there that will be AI enhanced. Texture, or how you even create the textures, or how you look them up, or the the supersampling work or denoising work that we've done. And it's what I call the tension between good and evil. So like, what is the graphics of the future? Is it just AI, or is it some physics core that's enhanced by AI? And I don't know. Like, for the first time in computer graphics, that I've been in computer graphics, it's not a linear extrapolation of the present. These are some of the ways we think about it. What a rendering algorithm is going to do is not generate pixels. It's going to generate something that an AI can use to generate pixels. And what that means is that you're trying to maximize the diversity of information in that footprint so that AI can reconstruct that. And so things like coherence and things like that are not as easy to find. It's still there, but not as easy to find. And so my conclusion is there's never been a more exciting time in the history of computer graphics, because I think the revolution that's happening now, like computer graphics will improve because of connections to language models like ChatGPT. And the revolution that's happening now is just as profound as the revolution that we are here to celebrate today. The School of Computing recognized that in the year 2000 when they changed their name to the School of Computing. I argue it was a very prescient change driven by Tom Henderson, as you heard earlier. And I'll point out that this was 7 years before the iPhone was even announced. And it was a recognition that computing was playing a broader role in many disciplines. And I'm not talking about, I use a spreadsheet to track my legal documents, right? But deep algorithmic innovation in banking, in languages, even psychology, and School of Computing provided a fertile ground for that, for the Ski Institute and CSAFE and other interdisciplinary engagements. And I guess I have to make sure that everybody knows, like, this needs to expand even further. So out there's some brochures of how we can all help contribute to the future of the University of Utah Computer Science Department, and let it grow and expand to include all of the disciplines in computing, but also the engagements with literally the entire economy of the planet. There's 3 pieces of advice for the faculty and staff. Please help keep punching above the weight class. I appreciate those that gave me a chance. Chris, whoever got me, whoever admitted me into the program in the first place, and keep the hands-on spirit alive. For the students, I'd also, demand or push it to be a special place. Chase both depth and breadth. The depth that you get here will get you your first job, but the breadth will get you your second, third, fourth, and fifth jobs. Embrace parallelism, whether you are thinking about it every day or not. That's right now the only way forward until quantum computing becomes a reality. Build something ambitious, something that's bigger than yourself. And that was a tough step for me to take, but something that has rewarded me greatly. And then finally, respect that you're standing on the shoulders of giants. And with that, I will leave it with what ChatGPT thinks of the University of Utah. So. Yeah, Jim.
I'm just concerned, that thing with the waves?
Uh-huh.
That was a lot of physics and modeling and also a lot of rendering. How much on the rendering side, was that done in real time?
I actually can't remember on that one, but we do have a lot of them that are real time, yes.
Yeah, I'm just wondering the ones that are super high quality. Trying to get an understanding of the power used.
Oh, the power used? Well, so
you mentioned teraflops.
It uses. There's no question it uses a lot of power, but I think the missing thing is about efficiency. right? NVIDIA has a consistent track record of being atop of the green 500, not because of, they use a lot of power, but they have a lot of flops per watt.
NVIDIA's I own nothing but NVIDIA.
Okay,
that's
well,
how
that's
much
good
I
to
love
hear.
NVIDIA. In stock.
Okay.
Yeah.
Really, because Denard scaling, the performance is power efficiency.
I really am concerned what your thoughts are regarding power reduction. I'd like to know, get your fastest, most beautiful rendering thing in the world.
Yeah.
How much power does it use in a 60th of a second?
Well,
take any of that.
Sure.
Just tell me the power used in a 60th of a second.
I can't do the conversion to joules in my head, but
I will tell you
yes.
that is your most important number because you
agree
got to
with
get
you.
it to real time.
Yeah, but we do it perf per watt, right, instead of in joules. But perf per watt is our number one challenge, no question, because power is constrained everywhere in your phone, in your laptop, even in the data center. Power is the very first conversation we have. They're out of power. Right? Where can we plug one of these things in?
You probably use a huge amount of power.
And what we're focusing on is amortization, right? So what you see and what I see are different, but there's a lot that's also the same. And so if we can amortize and share, then it makes a more efficient.
What do you mean amortization? Tell me explicitly what are you referring to? Not making an average of cash return or what?
No.
What is, and what you're doing has to do, because I'm confused, okay?
Well, okay, so amortization of viewpoint.
Of what?
Amortization of what you see from a specific point of view, right? And so if we're looking at each other, but if we both look this way, all of the complexity out there doesn't look that different for you and me,
right? You want to just do computation where you need it.
Correct.
That's one good way to do it.
Yeah. And so lazy evaluation, amortizing between multiple people, multiple viewpoints. We use a lot of neural networks to decide where to go.
You do a great job on that, I think. Excellent.
Yeah. So it's a problem that's never done, right?
Yeah.
In order to reach the next level, we have to drive down power, and maybe that's what the next generation will conquer. So
I think your idea about parallelism is obvious, but I think all of the innovation, what I'm going to say a little about. Well, by the way, people don't know it, but I have to leave. And I'm giving a 15-minute talk at 3 here. Yeah. So, but I'm just curious about, the parallelism idea, the architecture, which is sort of what I've been thinking about since I talked to Bob Sproul. But seriously, it's the key.
Yep.
It was the key to everything I did when I was in graphics.
Exactly. Yep.
And so anyway.
One of the giants for sure that we have stood on in this endeavor. I think what we've learned is that there is no silver bullet, right? That there's not just one dimension of parallelism. There's layer after layer after layer of parallelism, and that there's not one power-saving thing, but there's combinations and permutations of techniques.
The energy savings is going to come from parallelism, believe it or not. But anyway, that's just...
I agree with you there, yeah.
And energy savings to me is right now the biggest issue.
It is the biggest issue.
You can't spend I don't know how many gigawatts you even use to make, but if you're going to do it, whatever it is, you're going to use a lot of them and you do it in 30 seconds.
Yep. All right, thanks.
Okay. All right, cool. My slide's up. So, I think maybe the kind of the overall temporal theme of the day, right, is going from some of the earlier history of the School of Computing to the more recent history of the School of Computing. But one of the things that I think hasn't been mentioned a lot so far today is the history that the School of Computing has with networking. So, and the University of Utah in general has with networking. So I want to, we'll spend the next panel talking about that. And, of course, I can't go into this whole history, but we'll look at it through the contributions of a very specific research group that I co-lead, the Flux Research Group. So I'm Rob Ritchie. I'm a research faculty member here. And I co-lead the group with Eric Eide, who is here, and Kobus Vandermerwe, who maybe isn't here. And we have a couple of our alumni from the group. Both these gentlemen were undergraduates when they worked in the Flux Research Group. Both of them went on to get PhDs at MIT. Dave Anderson is now a professor at CMU, and Cody Cutler is now a software engineer at Amazon Web Services, the largest cloud company. Let's see. Okay, big green button is the next. Got it. Okay, so I have just a couple slides to introduce this thing. You actually saw this picture in Steve's talk just a moment ago. It's actually on the poster over there as well. So, one of the history of the University of Utah networking goes back to the ARPANET, which is generally considered to be the earliest direct predecessor to the internet that we have today. So actually, a few years ago, in this exact room, we had a celebration of the 50th anniversary of the ARPANET. Which this picture is in is the ARPANET in 1969, and it's not, it's a little bit of a hard to read picture, but you can see there that Utah was actually the first part of the ARPANET that was outside of California. So fourth node, first one outside of California. So, and none of us go back that far, right? But the point that I want to make is that this is something that Utah has always been at the center of. So where Dave and Cody and I come into the picture is with the Flux Research Group. I started here in the late 90s, Dave in the mid 90s, I guess, and Cody in like the 2010s. And this is a research group that is within the Kahlert School of Computing. I've got a couple of pictures up here of the members of the group through the years. These pictures are usually, I think maybe all bowling pictures. It's our annual holiday activity. But we've had something like, I looked it up the other day in preparation for this, the other day about something like 150 people have actually gone through this research group over the years. And I can't really talk about the Flux Research Group without talking about Jay LaPro. So Jay is the person who founded this group in the mid-90s. It grew out of the facilities group for what was then the Department of Computer Science. And with funding from DARPA and HP, and with the early collaboration from Bob Kessler, another giant of our department, who was around for many, many, many years. Jay founded this Flux Research Group, and many of the original members of that group are still here. Some of them are in the room with us today. And Jay led this group until he passed away from cancer in 2008, 15 years ago this year. Kind of amazing that it's been that long. But the group is still here, still working on the stuff that he started. Jay had creativity and energy that basically nobody could keep up with, and was the founder of one of the main conferences in our area, OSDI, which is has a Best Paper Award now named after him, the most fundamental thing that I take away from, my time as a student of Jay's, I think actually has come up like in a bunch of the talks today. Some of the quotes that Telle Whitney had earlier about kind of supporting people to kind of do their best work without limitations. And so Jay was somebody who was very excited by the work that he did, and was very, he deeply believed in the people that he was working with, and deeply cared about them. So, one of the great ideas that Jay had was, it's really nice actually to go after Steve for this, because Steve talked about the availability of resources. And, in operating systems and networking, it's actually really important to have access to servers that you can reprogram and break, and networks that you can reconfigure. And so the Flux Research Group had built up some infrastructure like that on its own, and the truth is that actually lots of other people need this infrastructure. And so we have one of our major activities since then has been building test beds for the networking, operating systems, cloud computing, database systems, right? So in 1999, we started building Emulab. This was operating a multi-tenant, remotely accessible data center with reconfigurable networking and storage. And if that sounds like a cloud long before the cloud existed, that's pretty much exactly what it was. So it has gone from something that was literally assembled in the hallway of MEB. Those of you who were around at the time when the terminal hallway was in MEB, this is the terminal hallway assembly. This is the first assembly party in 1999, I believe, assembling hardware, to something that now runs in the University of Utah's state-of-the-art downtown data center as a globally accessible resource that's used by people all around the world. I just went into the Wayback Machine and took a couple of screenshots of our very Web 1.0 original web page. It's kind of evolved a bit through the years, but that original kind of vision of building something that is, an infrastructure for computer science researchers has branched out into building ones for the Powder testbed, which is a wireless testbed that actually covers a large amount of this campus that we're on now. The Cloud Lab testbed, which lets experimenters come and build their own clouds, and it was a major part of GENIE, which was the National Science Foundation's worldwide programmable network testbed. So speaking of worldwide, people have been using these facilities, not just here at the University of Utah, but this is a recent map of our users, in just about every U.S. state and in a large number of countries all around the world. So with that, I'll kind of move on to, we'll leave it here, and I'll move on to talking to our panelists here. So if I could get each of you to start kind of, Dave, first maybe talking about when you joined Flux and what you were doing when you first joined.
Absolutely. It's great to be back, by the way. Thank you for inviting me. So I joined Flux in about 99-ish or so. I had previously been a very delinquent biology and computer science student here. I apologize to the biology department. I founded an internet service provider called ArosNet that some of you may have used if you were not using my much more successful competitor XMission, which was also formed by a University of Utah alumnus. But I decided I'd had enough of the real world and I wanted to come back to do academic stuff. And Jay LePro was nice enough to kind of take me under his wing and let me hang out as an undergraduate researcher and then a research associate for the year following when I graduated. What else do you want to know?
Yeah, how about you, Cody?
Let's see, so I actually started my undergrad education at UVU down in Utah Valley, obviously. And I was kind of getting bored of computer science actually at that point. And I realized that I was going to switch to the math major, but then decided that I would also attempt to go to the University of Utah instead. So I actually transferred up here and was so stunned by the quality of the first CS class I took that I decided to remain CS. And in order to fund my education, I had to also get a new job because I had moved up here. And I first went to the Kahlert lab to continue my IT work. And turns out they weren't hiring, but they directed me to the Flux lab. And we met, and things obviously went pretty well. So I ended up working there and started with a very interesting project that ended up turning into a paper that kind of jump-started me into heading to grad school eventually.
Excellent. So Dave, you were here when when Emulab kind of was really getting started. I actually looked up your first commit to the source tree last night.
Lord.
It was about divert sockets in FreeBSD, actually.
I love this.
So anyway, but I wonder if you can kind of tell me a little bit about kind of what problems that building, it was originally called the testbed for many years before it actually got a name, Emulab. But I wonder if you can tell us a little bit about like some of the problems that the testbed was built to solve.
Absolutely. And I'm going to complain here, which is that I apologize. It's hard following a graphics talk. I once had a DARPA program manager say to me, Dave, I don't ever want to see another ping demo in my life. And here I'm going to tell you about building ping demos. So the way this all started is we had, in the Flux group, Jay's group had assembled this test bed of machines in this back closet. And it was this under air-conditioned, overheated room of like these beige PC boxes that they would use to do all of their operating systems research. They were working under a bunch of contracts from HP on the venerable HP UX Unix system. They did some work developing successors to the Mach operating system, which you may know as the thing that actually underlies OS X. And then there was a whole bunch of follow-on work with the infamously named FL projects, which Jay's name, of course, Frank LePro, wouldn't have anything to do with that. But it was the Flux group, the Fluke operating system, or the Fluke microkernel, the Flick IDL compiler with Eric, and all of these things. But as operating systems projects, right, you have this problem. And the problem is you crash your operating system and the machine is just gone. Right? And then you have to walk back to the lab and you have to push the button. And then you walk back to your desk and then it boots and a minute later it crashes again because that's the nature of operating systems research. And so it was a really good way for people to get their exercise walking to and from this machine room, but it wasn't particularly good for productivity. And the way the Emulab actually got started was the annoyance of having to manage this cluster. So the first thing that happened before I got there was there were remote power cyclers for these machines. So you could click a button and it would, or run a command line, and it would reboot the machine. But then it would reboot the machine into possibly the same broken state that it was in when it started. And then you had to go and push some buttons again. So one of the first things that we added, and this was probably, I think this was actually my contribution, was a little kernel image that you could boot remotely that would copy a new image onto your disk. And if you were in the cloud world, you could think of this as initial provisioning of these machines. And so that operating system onto the disk loader then was one of the stepping stones we took towards this. And once we had that, we had this cluster that, hey, we can load an arbitrary image on. We can copy we liked FreeBSD and things back then. Linux, for those of you who are modern, we can copy Linux on there. We can copy whatever on there. And then networking people said, hey, well, what about using it for my network stuff? And so we added these things we called delay nodes, which were you could route through another computer and have that computer add arbitrary sets of network delay or loss. And that was this FreeBSD deferred sockets. And so it kind of built up organically from the needs of what the researchers in the operating systems and network group were doing as far as being able to test their systems in a kind of user, scientist-friendly way. And then it kind of took off.
And so to follow up a little bit on that story, so this is about when I joined the Flux Research Group. Originally we had a cluster of 40 machines that actually hosted in the same machine room in MEB that Steve Parker showed the picture of the big giant SGI machines in. We started opening it up kind of more and more to to friends and then the world kind of at large. And one of the interesting things about building infrastructure like this is that it actually like brings up research topics of its own, right? So Cody, I wonder if you would talk a little bit about the work that you did with respect to securing our bootloader.
Sure.
And yes, you can use the word toodles to refer to it. It was TDLS, and toodles is what we call it for sure.
Yes, thank you for doing that for me. I didn't say it otherwise. So the acronym for this project that we started is TDLS, as he said. It meant the Trusted Disk Loading System. And the problem that we were attempting to solve, and eventually solving to some degree, was that if you allow arbitrary users to use these testbed nodes, and not just use them, at a high level, they actually get full access to them. They can do arbitrary things to them. If they're sneaky, they could hide perhaps code that might interfere with other people's experiments, or perhaps worse, on these nodes. And this is not a simple problem. It's not just code sitting on like a hard drive or something. It's also code that's embedded into the network card, and perhaps a graphics card, and elsewhere on the PC. Even the very first piece of code that runs, that actually turns out it's mutable in some cases. And so trying to make sure that all of these other potential vectors to attack somebody's experiment, make sure that it's safe and they have not modified and they're all in a good state, that was the point of this project. And it turned out, and I'm sure not by chance, there was a new piece of hardware that had just become commodity at this time, called the TPM, or the Trusted Platform Module, which turned out to be very helpful for this particular use case. So it was mainly building this thing, and an awful lot of effort was in figuring out how it actually worked, because it was kind of, as I said, it was somewhat new then. It was a commodity, but there was no useful way to program it. So we had to do a lot of reverse engineering to figure out how to actually make it work. And another interesting aspect of this project was that this TPM, in the common use case, like when you use it on your laptop or on a phone, the boot order is much simpler than what we had running in Emulab on the network nodes, where we would boot to the network and then have to go through multiple other stages before we finally got to the thing that the person running the experiment wanted to actually run. I think those are the salient bits.
And actually, if I can build on that.
Yeah, please.
For some odd reason, you have a person from AWS here and a person who spent 4 years at Google here. And I can say that this problem of securely reestablishing your hardware environment is foundational to both AWS and GCP's ability to provide hardware. And Jay's group was somehow tackling it in the early 2000s before either of these things was a glimmer in their mega corporations' eyes.
That actually leads really great to the next thing I was going to ask you guys about, which is kind of to talk a bit about what you guys have each done since you left the group, and how the kinds of skills you developed here at the University of Utah have kind of been a part of that.
I'll start if you don't mind.
Go for it.
Let's see. So I actually visited the operating systems class this morning and spoke a bit about this already, so I have my answer already for you guys.
Excellent.
Let's see. So specifically from the Toodles work, that was one of the rare opportunities where you get to do a bunch of bootloader hacking, which I think opportunities to do that outside of the operating system class basically don't exist for the most part. And this knowledge would end up being super useful later in graduate school when I ended up building an operating system for my research. But then also, believe it or not, at AWS, at the service I work on, EFS, the Elastic File System, writing assembly there has also been pretty important for some performance cases. So as far as general assembly competence goes, that aspect was useful. And then of course, I'm glazing over some other details here about other aspects of setting up the hardware in a secure way, which I probably can't talk about anyway. Let's see. And I guess after that, after my undergrad, when I did my research project for my PhD, that project, the point was mainly to show that you could build an operating system kernel that had reasonable performance in a garbage collected language, And so a lot of that work was on memory management. And again, in another way that unfortunately I can't go into a whole lot of detail about, that has enabled other recent project that we are working on in the service now on the storage side.
Awesome. Go for it, Dave.
Awesome. Well, I was part of this JLAPRO to MIT pipeline that included me and Cody and Brian Ford and Austin McKinley and a whole bunch of other former ruffians from Utah. So I did my PhD on resilient networking. How can we make connections across the internet more robustly? And the weird thing was, this was a problem that I picked up at Utah. One of my collaborators lived in Corvallis, Oregon, and he had relatively crappy internet connectivity. And there were a couple times we observed that when, his name was Lee Stoller, when Lee
He's watching now, by the way, I'm sure.
Oh, Lord. Just what we need. Hi, Lee. So when Lee was unable sometimes to connect from his house back to the Flux group. But I still had machines at this internet service provider that I helped create. And I would let Lee go to my machines and hop into Utah, and it would work. Which makes no sense at all, right? You're like, the network is working, everybody's internet seems happy, and yet you can't go from point A to point B. And somehow 5 years later, that turned into my PhD dissertation. So thank you, Lee, wherever you are, you inspired it all. But no, I think my following career, actually, you could copy paste half of what Steve Parker just said. So one of the first things is that I believe strongly in real working code, which is something I picked up from Jay. And the second thing is that performance per watt has come to dominate my life. And I have absolutely nothing to do with graphics. I took Pete Shirley's graphics class, and it was astounding. And I can't multiply a matrix to save my life, which is funny, because I spent a bunch of time helping with machine learning frameworks at Google, too. But really, I can't. So I'm a systems person, but performance per watt matters everywhere. Because Dennard scaling ended, right? Dennard scaling was this thing where as we shrunk our transistors, we could reduce our voltage, which meant we could reduce our power. And when that stopped, it meant that we had to find other ways to become radically more efficient. And that's mostly been through parallelism and through, even worse, vectors, right? As a systems person, you're like, vector math, how do I use vector math to help people open their files, right? That doesn't seem like the kind of thing that we do. And so starting in about 2008 or so, when these trends became apparent, most of my research has been focused on this question. And a lot of what I've looked at is the question of memory efficiency. Because it turns out the things that eat power in a computer system are CPUs doing lots of math, and RAM consumes a fair amount, and moving data is deadly, right? Moving data from one place to another. That's why we have all these caches, we have fancy graphics RAM, because data motion is really expensive. And so a lot of what I've done, Steve Parker could also have advertised to you, because I steal ideas from my theory colleagues. I'm not a theoretician, I just poach their ideas, and I try to take them into practical systems contexts. Like, how can we build hash tables that use substantially less memory? How can we build database indices that use substantially less memory, and things like that. So the same driving factors that Steve was advertising to you all are the same driving factors that actually have been the core of my research for the last 15 years. It's really fun.
So I think another thing that I like to ask you guys to expand on a little bit is, I think we've talked a little bit about how some of the work that was done kind of early on in Flux is now just kind of what the networking world looks like, what the cloud and data center worlds look like. So I wonder if you can kind of comment on some of those things that you might have seen in your time here that just are kind of part of the way that we expect the computing world to work now.
Please go ahead.
Well, I was going to say his secure bootloader and configuration system, right? I mean, in many ways, what was happening in Flux presaged half of what you see in cloud, right? We had distributed file systems, which you had to use to access the nodes. We had secure bootloaders. We had reconfigurable networks. Like one of the examples was something that a colleague of ours named Chris Alfeld worked on. He went to get his PhD at Madison, I think?
He got his PhD at Madison in math.
In math,
yes.
So he was the opposite direction.
That's right. And then he came back to computer science and works at Google now.
Don't we all? Which was this problem of we called it the test bed assignment problem. And it was, you've got a cluster of hardware resources, and you've got a bunch of user demands, like, person A wants 5 machines connected this way, person B wants 6 machines. How do I map that into my available pool of hardware resources without stranding lots of hardware? And this is a problem that Amazon and Google and all of these other providers have to deal with daily.
And by the way, I'll mention, so Chris started that, Dave worked on it a bit, and then I got my dissertation from it. So thanks, guys.
So there you go. But actually, all of the problems that they had to deal with in some way are mirrored at radically larger scale, so the solutions differ when you go into an Amazon or a Google context. And you can probably tell more honesty about how much the solutions actually apply.
I mean, unfortunately, I really can't. Like, I would love to give a better example of how it could work, or the work that could apply at EC2, but like the Toodles is probably the only good example I can think of.
All right, excellent.
I was just thinking, have you ever thought of being on Saturday Night Live?
Dave was just asked if he would like to be on Saturday Night Live.
I'd get booed off the stage.
Let's see. So I wonder if you guys could comment on kind of the way that kind of the availability of resources to do your networking and operating system work on, how that is kind of, enabling of, I don't know, the ability to do anything in systems.
Yes.
Okay.
It really is. No, to give an example, when I went to grad school, one of the things I had to do for this robust networking project was I had to have points all over the United States and the world where I could measure what was going across the internet and whether it was reliable or not. And nothing like that existed, so I had to build it. And I used a bunch of my connections from my ISP days. I was like, hey, can I send you a machine and you just put it on the network? And bizarrely enough, people said yes. And then I realized I had this test bed of like 20 machines out there that I had to maintain as a grad student. My advisor was very, very forgiving, bless his heart. And so I did what anyone would do, which was that I turned to these folks and I said, can you please help me? Let's make this a test bed that you maintain and that I can use. And they crafted, actually it was this little CD-ROM that we then mailed out to all of the hosts of this network test bed.
We even handed them out at conferences.
Right, can you just stick this in a machine and it will re-image our machine, and now it's maintained by Emulab and we can actually make everything work. And grad students today come to expect that capability, right? They're like, I need to do some networky stuff. Let me load up Emulab and pull up a dozen machines all over the world, and I'll do some file transfers and everything will just work. And it makes the lives of grad students a lot easier now, so that they can have hard things other than that to focus on.
Yeah, I was going to say, it gives them other hard problems to work on.
They can focus on the important parts.
Yeah, so I personally was not a network. I didn't do a lot of research in networking. It was mainly, like I said, on operating system kernels. However, building a kernel doesn't necessarily require building a topology and experimenting on it. However, early on, I was doing research on performance of distributed systems, and that was probably the main way that I ended up using Emulab, despite the fact that I spent a lot of time building Toodles and other features for it before then. The main way that it helped me do research was I was actually able to run realistic performance experiments for this research project. So it enabled that. It ended up not having a great research impact, unfortunately, but that's the way cookie crumbles sometimes.
So I think maybe to get us back on time for our next keynote, I'll just ask you guys one more question. So first of all, I want to say a lot of members of the Flux Research Group are actually here in the room today. So I wonder if the staff and students could stand up really quick. Come on, looking at you guys. I see you guys. Stand up. Okay. So thank you. So to the students who are here, right? I wonder if you guys could, if you have anything you'd like, any recommendations to make to the the people who are now at their point in their career that you were when you were here in Utah, in their research careers. I'm not sure I prepared them for the fact that I was.
I was not prepared for this.
Okay.
And so what I can do is I can point back to Steve's list again because it was actually a really good one, right? Which is you need to find a supportive mentor. Jay LaPro was an amazing mentor, but so were Pete Shirley, right? So was John Carter, right? These people were all incredibly supportive, and I would. Right, it feels really weird to be this kid from Utah who ended up at a big name university. And I still feel like that kid from Utah. And it's thanks to Jay and John and Peter and Al Davis, with whom we co-taught each other networking for a while.
I'm surprised you stayed in networking after taking the course. I did not know how to teach.
I didn't know how to learn. But the mentor part is awesome. And finding a driving problem that really grabs you, right? I found it personally, and this may just be me, really important to find a problem that it got me, right? This problem of Lee Stoller not being able to connect to Utah. It was like, why? This is wrong. It wasn't just like wrong, it was morally wrong that the internet was not working for him. And I was willing to then dedicate the next 5 years of my life to solving it-ish. In an academic sense. And then do pay attention to these really long-term fundamental technology trends, because they are radically changing the way that research and the production actually happens, right? Performance per watt is dominating everything from a systems perspective, right? Moore's Law, I call it Moore's zombie now. Moore's Law is dead. It's still kind of shuffling around, right? We have a couple generations of ASML giving us, now they call it extreme ultraviolet. I call it soft X-rays to make it sound a little more scary, right? But as we can, it gets harder and harder, right? Things will get more and more expensive. So looking at those long-term technology trends so that you're not doing something that's going to be a dead end. I think if you can combine if you're lucky enough to be able to combine all of those things together, you're going to have a really fun time.
And I'll just plus one the mentor advice. Like, had I not stumbled into Flux and met Eric Eide, Mike, and Rob and worked with them and the other colleagues at Flux, my life certainly would have been much different. Like, they introduced me to research and encouraged me to go to grad school and find interesting problems to work on. So it was a great impact on my life.
Excellent. Okay. Well, thank you, everybody. Thank you all. Thank you, sir.
So we've had a slight change to the agenda for today, and so before the video that's coming, we have the opportunity for Jim Clark to say a few words. So Jim Clark, hang on just a second. Jim Clark was born in Plainview, Texas, and I'm very interested because I'm also a Texan. He graduated from the U in 1974. He was a CS professor at UC Santa Cruz and an EECS professor at Stanford. And we probably, I personally, as someone who got their PhD in the 90s, remember him as from the Silicon Graphics days, because I had an SGI Octane on my desk when I was starting my research career. He also led teams founding Netscape, Healthion WebMD, and a bunch of other things, and I'll let him speak.
Thank you. First of all, that's all right. I apologize. I've had to. If you heard what she said 50 years ago, today's my birthday. 50 years ago. So I feel really privileged to be here. One of the things that I did on my 50th birthday, well, the day after my birthday, I got married. So just so I could remember when it was. And I forgot that I made that mnemonic. It didn't work, So I got to get home. And that's the reason I'm leaving. I had no idea. I kind of thought it was yesterday, I think. My wedding anniversary is what I mean. Anyway, look, Mr. Anderson, that was just here, had mentioned a couple of things that kind of sparked an idea, a thought. not an idea. The thought is vectors are notation. They're just a way to simplify things with notation. They happen to add some properties to multiplication, right? But there's a vector multiplication called the dot product. And that's germane to any graphics. Everyone knows that. So vector notation isn't scary, it's actually easy. In fact, because I was real facile when I came to Utah, I had a PhD physics in the bag. All I had to do was write a thesis. And I just felt like I wanted to be in on the ground floor of something new. And that, you may recall, in the mid-60s, Dave and Ivan formed this department. I didn't have a clue. When I came here, I had no knowledge of Dave, no knowledge of Ivan, no knowledge of anybody. So it was a total flyer. I just wanted to get out of physics and get into computer science. That's how important I thought it was. And it is, and even more so, all of the innovations, another previous speaker, I apologize for the name, but the person who was talking about, I think I mentioned architecture, maybe it was Dave. The idea of architecture is really the fundamental idea of the geometry instrument. So, and hardware I had learned here as well. I learned computer graphics. I learned from Chuck Seitz how to design hardware. I learned from these guys, right, that you're going to hear about. Unfortunately, I wish Ivan were here because I really would like to thank him, but I'm going to have to leave. Oh. He is here. Okay. Hi, Ivan. Thank you, Ivan. No, I have more to say. Ivan, one of the very first ideas he had when he was about as young as I was when I came here. No, you were probably 22, I don't know, I'm going to guess. The clipping divider. He and Bob Sproul worked on that. And the clipping divider was the thing that inspired me at the time I came here. I used it in my PhD. I was so inspired by it. Fast forward, Stanford. What was unique about Stanford for me? It was architecture. That's another thing that Ivan and was instrumental in teaching me about architecture. But that isn't my point either. It kind of goes to Anderson's point about architecture, parallelism you get from architecture. And the parallelism he was referring to, I'm not sure exactly what he meant, but I kind of know because we all know you can do things in parallel. But the kind of architecture, so when you combine chips, right, the real thing that I feel I did was combine the idea of a chip with an architecture of a pipeline applied to computer graphics. That's a summary of it. The pipeline was instrumental, and that man taught me that. He taught me about parallelism because the clipping divider was that. That clipping divider gave me the complete inspiration. I swear to God. I went on a hiking trip at Yosemite. I knew all of these things. And I was walking along, and this sounds weird, but it's absolutely true. Bam. I had been thinking about the problem of how to get graphics, to do all this stuff. I was obsessed with the clipping divider. And I just went, it's hard to explain, but I just instantly envisioned a 4 floating point chip doing dot products and a plane is nothing but a division of a line with the boundary of that plane, a flat plane, I mean. So it just hit me. And the rest of what the clipping divider is irrelevant because clipping divider mainly was a clipping engine. That's the first thing I thought of. Polygons are planes. Polygons clipping with planes. You do that, put them in a pipeline, and you've done it for four planes, and that forms the viewing frustrum, yada, yada, yada. So I just want to say architecture, chips, all of those things kind of meld together to make ideas come. And that's generally true everywhere, right? You make an idea come by, I think, what I have done is made ideas come about through combining different things. And I left SGI 12 years after it was formed, in part because I was kind of bored. I wasn't doing anything. I wasn't involved in operations. I wasn't germane to the operations of the company. CEO didn't like me, so I just left. And it was a nice change because the very next day, I met Mark Andreessen. And he and I spent 3 months yada, 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 yakking about, commiserating, right? Commiserating. I was pissed about it, the CEO of SGI. He was pissed because the University of Illinois had kind of taken credit for his idea. But he's the second genius I met. First was Ivan, and Mark Andreessen was the second genius I've ever been, that I recall meeting. That doesn't mean everyone I've met is not a genius. But basically, I think that the ideas come from that. Merging, mixing, changing, that's where ideas come from. I don't know what other people think about it, but that's what I think. Now, when I went to Forum Netscape, that thing was just a huge pedal to the metal. We knew Microsoft was going to kill us if we didn't. So by this time, I'm a real business guy because Microsoft is going to kill you. They will, if you have anything to do with killing them. And so, we were just paranoid. I'm still paranoid, especially when I'm tired, and I'm really tired right now. So watch out. No, seriously, I just, so we rushed through everything. We were just pedal to the metal at Netscape. Because Mosaic was a brilliant thing, and we had to get it out. And that's another fundamental thing, architecture of a business, right? A business has architecture too. You got different departments, you got all of these different things, and people in it form a fundamental architecture. So I think architecture is really, really important because it transmits the software, hardware, whatnot. My experience has mostly been in the hardware side, but even so, is Martin Newell here? Not in here. I wish he were, because he was an inspiration of the OpenGL, or the GL, as we called it at the time. I used it. So there's a lot to be said. I had hoped to give a longer talk and talk about some of these things, but I'm not going to have time. I've already used 11 minutes. So the next thing I want to say is that essentially, and this is more of a thank you to Ivan. What changed for me is meeting Ivan. Ivan was the most kind of lucid, luminous, kind of brilliant guy who had a lucid mind. And he could just talk about, he was captivating. So I was captivated by Ivan. And I tried to model myself, I guess for the rest of my life, on a type of thinking, a lucidity, sort of free-thinking spirit, in a way. And I think it led to all of my success, and I've been reasonably successful. I just think I owe it to Ivan. And so here's to you, Ivan. I want to apologize. I am not going to be able to say, this was a 15-minute talk because I managed to squeeze 15 minutes in. I want to respect the people that gave it to me, so let Ivan say something, and I'm going to take off.
So we've been spending most of today looking backward, and for the rest of the session today, we're going to look forward. And so one of the things I wanted to do is hear from our new faculty. We have 17 assistant professors right now. And so I had this idea, well, we can't have them all talk because it'll take too long. So instead, we made a video. And I sent out this email thinking, maybe I'd get 8 or 10 of them to show up. And we got 100% participation. So we have 100% participation from the assistant professors. I'm not sure that would happen if I'd asked the full professors to do it, but I'm very happy to be able to present to you a video. It's real short, and then we'll take a short break before the final keynote. So hopefully you can play it.
Broadly speaking, across my research, what I aim to do is fundamentally understand what it is about stories that allow them to achieve these really engaging, educational, entertaining effects using computational modeling and simulation as kind of the way that I go about exploring these research questions.
I'm working in the field of natural language processing, which is a branch of computer science that deals with building models to analyze and understand large amounts of text.
So I'm currently working on techniques to sort of bridge the gaps between open source software security, bug detection and threat assessment, and closed source and sort of complex software and system bug detection.
I'm currently working in the Master of Software Development, which is a 16-month intensive program producing capable developers, big data analytics, and computer security experts.
So I'm currently working on computational and mechanical systems in surgical robotics.
Currently working on human-robot interaction and human-AI alignment in general.
I'm currently working on computer security and software security.
I'm currently working on looking at web browsers and making them faster.
My main field of research is computer vision and AI, where I create models to enable machines to see and understand visual inputs like images and videos.
So currently I'm working on advancing the theory and practice of resource-efficient data structures.
So I work in the field of crisis informatics, where we study how people make sense of the information in online environments in the crisis situations.
So I'm currently working on working with people who have just had a spinal cord injury and finding ways to help them better control the space around them.
I'm currently researching how students learn computer science, and specifically, how can we help them think about other people at all stages of implementation.
So the biggest challenges that I think are facing human-centered computing, which is the broad area that I work in, are related to the sort of different ways that people interact with technology. This is really difficult to accommodate because we can't use our traditional methods to just sort of probe what is it that you do or that I do, because everyone does something different and we can't talk to everyone.
So to me, the major challenge is how to create abstract mathematical models for real-world problems.
So we have really great algorithms that can teach simulated robots to do really complex, fun tasks on the computer, but as soon as we bring these things into the real world, all of a sudden the robot has to deal with different lighting conditions, different object properties, and really being able to generalize from sim to real is a hard problem in robotics.
But a big challenge is making that transition from the lab out into the real world, because that's the only way that we can actually have an impact on people's lives.
One of the main challenges in my area is how do we teach students to think about ethics in a meaningful way within computer science? I think ethics is something that instructors and students are thinking about broadly, but it's not always clear how big ideas about ethics or big scandals that they read about in the newspaper might affect what they're learning about on their homework.
One thing we're thinking a lot about is making sure that as we grow, anybody who's interested in computing can succeed in the major, and this means making sure that even people who might not see a bunch of people who look like themselves in the field can still feel like they're in the right place and they're welcome and they belong.
This one is fun. I like this question. I think the my prediction for computing is just going to get even broader, right? The computing field keeps growing in the sense that there's so many applications in so many different domains, and I think in 10 years, in addition to fintech and digital journalism and bioinformatics and all these other fields that already incorporate computing, there's going to be even more.
I think in the nearest future we will be able to build systems which are fully verified, essentially come with a mathematical proof about their correctness. That will be great because it means that we will be able to build software which is bug-free and resilient to exploitation.
I think one major trend, obviously, is artificial intelligence. People have saying it really influenced the world. It's not just some bubbles and buzzwords.
But what I hope at least will change is that every company that is working on AI and developing these models must have safety as their first principle, and that they are not allowed to exist if they don't have it. So that's only possible if we have better regulation and better accountability. So that's my hope for the next 10 years.
I would like us to move in computing toward developing technology that lets us imagine, create more just and equitable futures than the ones that currently exist in our society.
I think first it is like world famous place to study computer science and also artificial intelligence. It's kind of like birthplace of computational graphics. But also when I came here, like I found that it's so kind of friendly environment between both like colleagues, I mean the faculty members, and also students.
In this department, people value my contributions, value interdisciplinary work, and it's just a really, really friendly place to be.
So I chose the Kahlert School of Computing because I was really impressed with the collaborative nature of all the research going on, the fantastic faculty across a wide range of different areas, and just, yeah, a really nice atmosphere and also a great location right here nestled in the mountains.
I'm really outdoorsy. I like to be in the mountains as much as possible, and this place actually gave a possibility that you can do research in the morning, teach a class or a lecture in the afternoon, and then go for a big hike in the afternoon. And that is the kind of work-life balance I want in my life.
So they just saw this for the first time, but I've seen it before, and I'm just really proud of them. And I didn't pay them to say some of the things they said, didn't prompt them at all. But I, loved what came out of that video. So now what we're going to do is we are having, since it's a 50th anniversary celebration, we're going to have some anniversary cake over here. We're going to take a break, and at 4 o'clock we're going to start Ivan Sutherland's keynote. I can get you power.
Instead of starting a whole new program. Yep, it's right here.
Tell me what's on the screen over there. Nothing.
Right now it's a video, but I can tell you if it's coming in. Do you want to give me a thumbs up?
check. Hello, hello. Hello. I'm still in the... Can people hear me in this room as opposed to on the web, in Webland? I'd like to invite people to come back in and take their seats so that we can have our final keynote of the day. Did you bring any SFQ gates to dazzle people with? Bring a little liquid helium in your pocket? Do you want people to know? Liquid helium is about the same cost as champagne. Is it really? Liquid nitrogen is about the same cost as beer. Do you know why? I would have guessed ease of manufacture, but that's probably not true. What is it? Liquid nitrogen is a byproduct of making steel. Oh, okay. So it's just when you get oxygen from the air, how much nitrogen do you get? Well, a lot. 4 times as much. Yeah. I did. I said, come in and sit down. Maybe that's what we're doing. Maybe I didn't say it loud enough so you could hear it. That'd be wonderful. Come right here. Come right here and then. Welcome back to our final keynote of the day. My name is Eric Brunvand. I'm a professor in the Kahlert School of Computing. And now that you've given me a mic, I'm also going to say that I'm also the conference chair for the SIGGRAPH conference this year. And I would just like to say if I could get just the reserved seating to come to SIGGRAPH in August in 2023, it would be the best SIGGRAPH ever from a graphics pioneering point of view. The number of graphics pioneers in this audience is astounding. So talk to me. Let's talk about SIGGRAPH in August in Los Angeles. But of course, I'm here to introduce our keynote speaker. It gives me great pleasure to introduce Ivan Sutherland. I'm sure I don't have to tell people in this room that he was honored with the Turing Award in 1988. Now, when you're introducing a Turing Award awardee, you're tempted to go look up all their achievements and accolades and spend a lot of time talking about all the wonderful things they've done. I'm not going to do that. For purposes of this celebration, note that Ivan was a professor in the fledgling Department of Computer Science from 1968 till 1974. Also in 1968, he founded, along with Dave Evans, the Evans and Sutherland Computer Company, which was a hugely pioneering company in graphics, both software and hardware. I think many people in this room have at least spent some time at ENS. I know, Jim Clark and Shane was there. I was a student intern there when I was an undergrad, so I have some history at ENS as well. Well, I've known Ivan for a long time. He was a member of my PhD committee at Carnegie Mellon, we'll just say a long time ago. And the thing that I've always found wonderful about Ivan is that when he gives a talk, I know I'm going to learn something interesting. And for this particular talk, I know just enough about single flux quantum devices to know that I need to hear from Ivan about single flux quantum devices. So join me in welcoming Professor Ivan Sutherland. When I was asked to come to Utah to this occasion, I said, I don't want to say a word about graphics. I haven't done any for 35 years.
Not quite true, but very nearly true. But I would like to give a talk about the subject at which I'm now excited, a subject which very few people even know exists. And the way I got involved is 5 years ago or so. A very clever man named Gary Delp asked me to go to the MIT Lincoln Laboratory on my way back from Heidelberg. Now, the Turing laureates meet in Heidelberg in September typically. They bring 50 or so of the, they bring nearly 100 of the Turing laureates to the meeting, and several hundred students from worldwide. And the idea is that something rubs off from one group to the other. I'm pretty sure that most of what rubs off is from the young people to the old farts. But, you know, that's not the intent, but that's what happens. Anyhow, I went to the Lincoln Laboratory, and I found that they were making these amazing circuits. And I got intrigued, and so I spent the next several years learning things about this technology, reading the papers, working the problems, doing the simulations, trying to figure out what the hell is all this about. It's really weird, but I'd like to talk about it today, and that's the subject of my talk. If you're here to learn about quantum computing, go somewhere else. Now, it's been my great good fortune over the years to have a number of very clever people working with me. At the moment, I'm working with a man named Warren Hunt. Warren Hunt is able to prove mathematically that your floating point arithmetic unit, in fact, does IEEE's standard floating point. And he does that in a few minutes on a laptop. If you want to know how he does that, I think I can explain that too. And here are some other people. Marley Ronkin, my life partner and research partner, is here. We have students, a couple in Portland. Gary Delp, I mentioned. Steve Rubin is a man who wrote a program called Electric Open Source, which I think of as Sketchpad grown up. And the Lincoln Laboratory people have been very kind to me. Here's 3 of the people that I meet with regularly. Now, this talk has a few parts. There's an introduction. I'll give you this introduction briefly, and then I'm going to give you a laundry list of reasons I'm excited about SFQ. And then I'm going to give you a laundry list about the unfamiliar challenges that it poses. And then I'm going to talk about the history and future. Now, I believe that the work that we did at Utah worked for 3 reasons. The Harvard Business School came and tried to do a study to see if it could be repeated. And they said, what made it work? And I think there were 3 things. The first was there was a worthy intellectual opponent. That was, how do we do graphics, realistic graphics? There was money. DARPA provided money. And the third thing, which is the most important thing and the hardest thing to get, is leadership. We had Dave Evans. Dave Evans was brought here to the University of Utah, particularly to found a computer science department. And I'd like to mention that the very first Turing awardee, a man named Alan Perlis, came to visit us when computer science was new at University of Utah, and he looked at the sign over the computer science department office, and it said computer science. And he turned to everybody and said, would you tell me, please, what that is? That's still an important question. Okay, so here we go. 50 years ago or so, there was a semiconductor revolution, which made everybody aware of semiconductors and what they could do. And then there was this idea of Moore's law. We kept getting more and more and more and more switching elements on a chip. And so there was a tremendous economic multiplier when all of these things did all sorts of things, gave us cell phones and communication that we're accustomed to now. But then it appears now that the ability to get more transistors every year is decreasing. Moore's law is coming to an end. And so what's going to happen after that? I fear that the US may lose the enormous economic advantage that we've enjoyed by commanding the semiconductor industry for so many years. Why is that going to happen? Because a lot of people think electronics means semiconductors, means transistors. And memory, they think, means random access memory. The RAMs, the SRAMs and the DRAMs that you're familiar with. And not only engineers think that, but also managers. And public officials think that. Because that's what electronics is today, but it's not the only way to do electronics. So let's look beyond this idea that electronics is semiconductors and transistors, and that random is random access memory, where larger means we're going to go slower because the speed of light, I've come to call it the slowness of light rather than the speed of light, is a fundamental limit which we can't pass. And here's this family of circuits called single flux quantum digital circuits. And they exploit superconductivity to offer a plausible alternative. SFQ circuits are fast, they're very fast. In fact, the fastest counter that's ever been built is built in this technology. Single flux quantum circuits differ from quantum computing, and here's the ways. They're available today. They're general purpose. They're Turing complete. You can do anything with them. They're digital. They're familiar. Quantum computing seems to be available soon. It's applicable to only a few, albeit important tasks, and it's largely analog, and it's very hard to build because it requires super, super, super cold, very near absolute zero. Now, did you know that magnetic flux is quantized? Everybody accepts that electric fields are quantized because there's a single electron. And everybody knows the charge on an electron is ever since Millikan's oil drop experiment, which, by the way, was probably done by some of Millikan's graduate students who don't get the credit. You know, Millikan was famous for taking credit for things. The unit of professional credit is the can, but the practical unit is the millican. Now, Schrodinger's atom shows that electrons, although they're quantized, they occupy space. They have these orbitals that they go through, and so they really are a kind of field in addition to being quantized. So why is it so hard to imagine that magnetic fields might also be quantized? It would be rather surprising to expect they weren't. Everything else seems to be. And by the way, these are all numbers that are known to at least 15 significant figures. Planck's constant, the charge on the electron, the size of the unit of magnetic flux, and there's this funny product that shows that they're all interrelated in a very unique way. Now, here's my laundry list about why this stuff excites me. The first thing you need to know is I hate the wires on integrated circuit chips. The wires on integrated circuits occupy all the area, they cause all the delay, and they cost all the energy. What's to like about a wire? I mean, these are terrible wires. They have resistance and they have capacitance. And so your idea that electricity flows through a wire is wrong. Electricity oozes through a wire. It has to charge up all that capacitance and it has to get through all that resistance. And the result is that the speed of conduction through integrated circuit wires grows with the square of the distance rather than the distance. The delay is the square of the distance. How terrible is that? Now, SFQ circuits use superconducting wires. There isn't any resistance at all, not just very little, but none. Zero is a very important word. You put a zero in a denominator and very strange things happen. You can put a current in a superconductive loop and start it going around, and it'll go around and still be going around months later. Who'd have thunk? Now, I've come to think of the slowness of light because light goes only about 100 microns per picosecond. 100 microns is about the width of 4 human hairs set side by side. And a picosecond is a short time, but that's how far light goes. The speed record of any binary counter ever made was done in SFQ circuits. It ran at 770 gigahertz, fastest in any technology known. The slowness of light matters. You know, Grace Hopper used to go around with a foot-long piece of wire saying, "This is a nanosecond." And you can see her on the web. There's a wonderful web film of Grace Hopper doing that. I urge you to have a look at it. In our laboratory in Portland State, we have 2 rooms. One of them is called the Alan Turing room, and we have some posters up of Alan Turing. And the other is the Grace Hopper room. We have a wonderful picture of Grace Hopper in her admiral's uniform. And we don't have the thing, but we have a picture from our notebook of the original computer bug. It was a moth that flew into one of the relays in the Harvard Mark IV. Now, I went to the MIT Lincoln Laboratory, and there they had a production line that was building integrated circuits using superconductive materials. And here's the cross-section of their process. It's a 9-wiring layer process. It has some vias that take you from one layer to the other. Now, when you have aluminum wires or copper wires, you put a plug in the via to make the via conduct from one layer to the other. They don't do that here. They just cut a hole in the glass. The insulation is always glass, by the way. Maybe you don't know the reason that silicon is used as the basis for transistor circuits is twofold. One, silicon is a superconductor, but the more important reason is that silicon dioxide is glass. It's a tremendously good insulator. And these circuits are also built on silicon wafers, but those are just mechanical substrates at a place that you could lay down glass as an insulator. The silicon does not enter into the game at all. The vias here are just holes in the glass, and then the next layer of niobium. Niobium is the superconducting material they use, goes down into the hole. Now, I've had the good fortune that the MIT Lincoln Laboratory built the group of people I work with a couple of integrated circuits. The active element, you have to have a nonlinear element to do anything that's going to involve digital stuff. And the active element here is called a Josephson junction. The Josephson junction was predicted. It was not invented. It was predicted by a man named Josephson, who got the Nobel Prize for doing that. And 5 years or so later, somebody actually showed that it did what he said. It's a very strange device, but it's quite simple to make. So here's a piece of a layout of a piece of a chip that will be superconductive. And it just shows that these are the same kinds of things that you make integrated circuits out of. Now, the zero resistance is the big deal. The most important thing is the worst part of semiconductor electronics is the wires. And here the wires are perfect. No resistance. Signals will go through these wires at the speed of light in the dielectric around them, which is glass, so that speed. And by the way, almost every computer operation involves moving data from here to there. That's what computers do most. It costs more energy and more time to get 2 numbers out of memory and into a floating point multiplier than it takes energy or time to do the floating multiplication. What do computers do? They move data around all the time. Now, these are the very first really digital circuits I've ever seen. Why are they digital? Because flux is quantized, and so you can take a quantum of flux and you can move it around here and there like a bead on an abacus. The other digital circuits are really analog circuits just masquerading. There's some level, and you say above this level we'll call it a 1, below this level we'll call it a 0. What about right at the level? Well, maybe. It's kind of a perhapsatron. A flux quantum either is or it ain't. You cannot make half of a flux quantum. No way. Now, these circuits run at very low energy. They involve only millivolts and only microamps. So the energy is incredibly low. And because of that very low energy, you could pack these things very closely together and still get rid of the heat. The big problem with semiconductors is getting the heat out. A semiconductor chip that size can produce, hundreds of watts. How do you cool that? Very difficult. These guys are so low energy that cooling them is a smaller problem. So you can make computers very small, and because they're small, the speed of light delay doesn't get you. And so they could be fast. Okay, now the single flux quantum circuits are a worthy intellectual challenge. They're worthy in the sense that they have value, for all the reasons I told you. They're a challenge because they're entirely different from what you know, and so you have to forget things. And my opinion is it's harder to forget what you're taught than to learn new stuff. And that's the value of students. They don't know what can't be done, and so they just go ahead and do it. Okay? I mean, it's amazing what those people do. If you want to know what the future is going to be, ask the people who are going to make it. Okay. So here's the first challenge. This is a pulse technology, not a level technology. You do not send down a superconductive wire a level. I have an electric vehicle with a plug-in. It's a plug-in hybrid, and it has this electric cable that I plug into the back end there to charge it up at night. And the cable it's a big substantial thing, it's that big around and it's long, and I have to move it. Now I have two choices. I can pick the thing up and carry it, which I hate doing, or I can take hold of the end of it and go like that. And that piece of the cable lifts off the ground, and then this piece that's off the ground moves to the other end of the cable, repositioning the cable. I never had to lift the whole thing. That's the secret here. You don't ever change the voltage of the entire wire. You just change a little piece, and that little piece moves at the speed of light down the wire. Well, now that poses a conundrum. We have a pulse like that, and we use it to mean yes. So what do we use to mean no? Well, this is the conundrum that a student who comes into the classroom and there's no professor. How long does he wait before he gives up and goes home? It's the problem that everyone who's waited for his wife has. How long do I wait before I go home? Or every wife who's waited for a husband. The pulses that travel down last only a picosecond or so. Here's some pictures from a simulation of a bunch of those pulses. These are colored, so you see the difference of them. But every logic gate in this technology has to have some memory in it to remember whether or not it got a pulse on that input. So a gate that's going to produce the AND of A and B may get a pulse on A, and then sometime later it'll get a pulse on B. And the pulse on A arrived at one time, and the pulse on B, which is only a picosecond long, arrived at some other time, not the same picosecond. And so it has to remember that it got A, and when it gets B, it has to say, oh, I remember I got A, then I can produce an answer. But wait a minute, when does it produce an answer? And in these gates, you have to tell the gate when to deliver its logical answer. And this is one of the enormous differences. I'll come to that in a minute. Now, everybody thinks that memory is random access memory. The guys at MIT who invented the magnetic core memory spoiled us. They said, we can put these millions of little tiny donuts of ferromagnetic stuff in them, wire them up on X and Y coordinate wires, and then we can select any one and tell what that bit is. And then some guys at Texas Instruments invented the DRAM. They said we can do the same thing using electrostatic storage on chips, but we can get at any bit. And so we've become spoiled. We think that memory is something that allows us to access any part of it equally easily. Wrong. It allows us to access any part of it with equal difficulty because it's somewhere else. This came as a great shock to me when a consultant at Sun said, by the way, you know that the DRAM, which is the dynamic RAM that's stored, which we all thought was slower than SRAM, is faster than DRAM, is faster than SRAM. I said, why? He said, because it's smaller. Now, I remember when computers were made with serial memory. They had mercury delay lines. They had pieces of wire that they sent sound down, and then they had a detector at the far end. And you could send all these pulses down this piece of wire, and that was the best memory you could get. Well, it turns out you can make that kind of memory in this technology. Pulses go down these wires. And so you can send pulses down these wires. You could have an integrated circuit just has a long piece of wire in it. And that's perfectly good memory. And the density is pretty good, too. So it isn't that memory is hard, okay? It's that memory is different. Now there's the unfamiliar electrical behavior. Everybody knows that current follows the path of least resistance. But this is a technology where there isn't any resistance. How's a poor piece of current supposed to know which way to go? The truth of the matter is current's lazy. It goes down the path that uses the least energy. Did you know that horses stop trotting and start to canter? When it's easier to canter, it consumes less energy. I had a wonderful friend at Harvard whose name was Tom McMahon, and he had a treadmill that he had various animals. He took the animals to the treadmill and had measured their metabolic rate and so on. And he said, it's absolutely clear. As soon as it takes less energy to run in a different gait, that's what they do. Even kangaroos. Kangaroos like to hop at a certain speed, and if you ask them to hop at a different speed, they don't like it. Current is lazy. Now the worst part, the hardest part to understand of SFQ is called phase. And what phase is, it's the phase that Schrodinger talks about in Schrodinger's wave equation. It's essentially, you have to think about an electric current as a wave thing rather than as electrons moving. And the wave has peaks and valleys and so on. And the phase of the circuit is how far you are along those peaks and valleys. And I think of that much as this wonderful picture by M.C. Escher, where you see a whole bunch of monks who are climbing the stairs forever and ever and ever and ever and ever and ever and ever. And after they've climbed a while, they're back right where they started. And phase is a potential, just like voltage. Kirchhoff's laws in this technology follow the rules of phase. And everybody knows that when you go around a closed loop, Kirchhoff's laws says you the sum of the voltage drops around that loop is 0, right? Well, not quite true with superconductors and phase. When you go around the loop, the phase is equal to the number of fluxons trapped in the loop. Who'd have thought? So you have to think of phase as sort of how far the monks are from the tower. So we're dealing with a potential, like voltage, which is cyclic rather than monatomic. And that's hard to grok. I just admitted it's hard to grok. Took me a year. Okay, once you get the idea, then you realize the important thing to think about is whether one phase is ahead of another or behind it. You have to think about that because the current is just the phase divided by the inductance. It's the same as the current is the voltage divided by the resistance. It's not hard, it's just different. So I think of a phase as being ahead or behind another phase. Now the thing that we have all familiar with, which is cyclic, is the days of the week. And I ask you, is Wednesday before or after Saturday? Well, it depends, right? Now there's a beautiful thing about that, which is if you have one of these circuits, and you think about the phase, and the circuit goes through a phase cycle, when it's gone through 360 degrees of that phase cycle, it's back where it started. So you don't ever have to reset it. Now, one of the circuits that we use is a thing called the Josephson transmission line. It's like a bunch of dominoes. You push one down, it knocks the next one down, knocks the next one down. But these dominoes automatically set themselves back up again. Wouldn't I love to have had that when I was a kid? Okay, let's talk about how it happened and where it's going. Now, there was a research group, much like the research group here, and it had a wonderful leader, quite like David Evans. I've had the privilege of meeting the man. I quite like him. But the man was named K.K. Likarev, and he wasn't in Utah, he was in Moscow. And that's about when we were here. And in those days, Moscow was a lot farther from Salt Lake City. Well, it's still pretty far. And Likarev and his students had a group much like the group that did graphics here, and those students now populate the superconducting world. Okay? Some brilliant US person bought them airplane tickets to come to the USA, and they came, a whole bunch of them. And they're now distributed around. There's a part of the brain drain. Thank heavens this happened. They're here, or they're contributing. But wait a minute, they're all reaching retirement age, so that's another issue. Now, where did Likarev get his support? Well, he was called into the top level of the USSR's political group and asked to give a presentation, which he did, and they gave him a whole bunch of money, research money. And I think it was their intent to try and create another Sputnik, because this was right when IBM was making a big splash about its investing in superconducting. And he commissioned them to try and outdo IBM. And of course, nobody noticed, because then the USSR collapsed and his funding ran out. But I think it did outdo IBM. Why? Because IBM tried very, very hard to preserve level logic. They said, we want all of the kind of gates that we know and love to still work. And Likarev didn't have any background like that. He said, let's look at what the technology can do, and let's do computing the way it says we must do it to make advantage of its capabilities and limitations. And I think that Likharev succeeded where IBM failed. By the way, these guys are now reaching retirement age. Now, one of them is a man named Topolgo, who is the guy who builds these circuits at the MIT Lincoln Laboratory. He's the head of their niobium integrated circuit stuff, using used leftover integrated circuit manufacturing stuff, and he builds these circuits. And boy, I heard him complain one time. He said, there are these wafer probers that I could get that will work at superconducting temperatures, and boy, I wish I could get one, but my budget won't afford the $1.5 million price tag. And then he said, 4 of these machines recently shipped to China. Oops. I mean, I think we're in a serious problem that we may well risk the next generation of electronics to our economic competitors. How do we avoid that? I think what we have to do is invest nationally in SFQ research and training. Don't forget the training. Who's going to do this stuff? The students that aren't yet in the graduate schools teaching this stuff. Now, I had a front row seat at the birth of the semiconductor revolution. Carver Mead was my colleague at Caltech, and Lynn Conway, who was the other author of that famous book, worked for my older brother. She was in his group at Xerox PARC. That's how they met. The book that they wrote, is called, I forget, it's called Mead and Conway. It has some title, but nobody cares. And it's dedicated to W.R. Sutherland. Who the hell is that? That's my late older brother. He paid for it. He hired Mead as a consultant to come to Xerox PARC and just stir up the troops and do whatever, and this book resulted. And then he paid for an initial set of chips to be built by students to test their ideas. Now there's some important differences between the SFQ digital technology and the CMOS technology. In the CMOS technology, a transistor sends a level down a wire, a 1 or a 0, and in its good time, when the receiver is ready for that value, the receiver takes the initiative and captures the value. But in a pulse technology, you haven't that luxury. Okay? It's an entirely different deal. The sender is going to send the pulse whenever the sender is told to. The receiver had better be ready to receive it, or it's going to be gone. It's only a picosecond long. And I think of this as a little the difference between the courtesy that one gender can extend to the other. My father was born in 1897. I point out to you that Victoria was the Queen of England at that time. And he was a proper Victorian. And he said, a gentleman always extends his hand to a lady. And if she wishes, she could put her hand in his. Okay? But this technology ain't like that. It's going to grab, it's going to say, here's the information, better take it now. That's a total difference. And it makes a huge difference to all the software that decides what these things do. I think that academia is going to provide the new software that's going to meet those constraints. I remind you that SPICE, which is probably the biggest tool that's used in the simulation of transistor circuits, came out of academia. I believe that federal support is going to become available. The NSF recently gave a grant to USC, major grant, to teach this technology. I think that's terrific, but it's a drop in the bucket. We need thousands of engineers who understand this stuff. They aren't all going to come out of one university. And are you going to trust USC to be the only place in the country that teaches this stuff? I don't think so. I think we need a number of places. Why not University of Utah? I mean, we've done it before. We could do it again. Okay, how do we do that? How do we do that? I think given those thousands of engineers, we will field single flux quantum digital systems that will provide us enormous amounts of computing capability, and it can be small. My vision is the supercomputer in a shoebox. A supercomputer today is at least as big as this room. How long does it take light to get from there to there? Long time. That slows down the operations of the supercomputer. But I think that these things are so low power that getting the heat out of a shoebox is possible. Now, admittedly, once you got the heat out, the heat came out at 4 degrees Kelvin. That's really cold, guys. So now we've got an immense refrigeration problem. We got to take all that heat, get it out of there, and pump it up to room temperature, or preferably to outside where we have some kind of cooling tower. That's going to cost a lot of energy. But think of that cost as the cost of making the thing fast, because it's small. It's not the cost of making it work, it's the cost of making it fast. You could pay any amount of cost to make it fast. That's giving you a huge advantage. I've come to the end of this discussion.
Questions?
Thank you. You mentioned that this lab made 2 chips for your group. Did I understand that correctly?
Yes.
And one of them worked and one of them is still being tested.
That's right.
What does the one that worked do, and what is the other one that's being tested hope to do?
The one that barely worked, and it, mind you, it barely showed signs of life, was merely a level converter to be able to take these tiny little pulses and see them in the outside world. That worked just well enough to know that, well, it's not hopeless. The second one is a thing called a TAP controller, a test access port controller. An important part of using JTAG, which is the IEEE standard way of testing chips, is a thing called a TAP controller, test access port controller. JTAG uses only 5 wires. You run 5 wires onto the chip. Why do we do that? Because wires going onto a chip are very expensive. They occupy a lot of area on the chip, which we'd rather use for productive means. So JTAG is an IEEE standard, 20 years or more old, which tells you how to do that with 5 wires. JTAG requires an on-chip controller, which is just a state machine, which interprets signals on those 5 wires to control a whole bunch of scan chains, which go and collect data from all over the chip and deliver it serially down one wire, and take data serially up another wire and distribute it out to all over the chip. When I went to the Lincoln Laboratory, I realized that these chips are very cold. So any wire that you put in takes signals in or signals out. Oops, it also takes heat in. Oops, we don't like that. So I said, of course you use JTAG to test this, don't you? What's JTAG?
Thank you.
So that, your answer, I think, may have gotten part of mine. If I have this shoebox full of magical gunk that does amazing things that's running in, let's say, 4 Kelvin or some such, and I want to say, oops, it's not working right, I need to inform my, let's say, future versions of Shoebox Plus, is your vision that it will be JTAG?
I believe these things are perfectly testable. I mean, you put a JTAG controller on, we know how to build scan chains. They're not even very hard. In fact, everybody who tests superconducting chips now does it with serial to parallel conversion. They do that because that's the only way to get few enough wires. They don't use the JTAG standard because it's not become common. But you know, it will.
Okay, so then the real problem comes down to heat in that you have to work on?
The real problem comes down to people who know what they're doing.
Fair enough.
I have to tell you, I'm not a good RSFQ designer. I haven't made nearly enough mistakes to know what not to do. And engineering is the process of avoiding mistakes. And you have to make the mistakes below you know they're mistakes to avoid. You know, balconies have to collapse. Turbines on ships have to blow turbine blades in mid-sea. How embarrassing, okay? Before you learn what you have to do.
So the question I've got is, we were extremely fortunate in that ARPA, because of the existential crisis, was willing to fund a number of things. What's the impediment for them responding to this? What gets in the way of providing the kind of funding that's necessary to run this?
I got it. The question is, what's in the way of federal funding? I think the answer is not enough people know that this technology even exists. There was a study done by the NSA for the future needs of their computing. They use quite a lot of computing, I might mention to you. And this is a 2005 study. I have a copy of it. And it says, this is a technology that we should explore. Now, Likarev was on the committee that wrote that document. There was a later study done by the Jasons which said, forget it. This technology will never achieve anything because the cost of getting the heat out of these circuits is so great that they'll never give you a power advantage. Power advantage, power advantage. I don't care about a power advantage. I just want speed. How do you get speed? You make it small. The power advantage is irrelevant. But the Jason study didn't say anything about the wires. They said the transistors are just as good. They switched with just as little energy as these things, which is true. But every transistor drives at least one wire. And it's the wires that consume all the energy, not the transistors. And so I think they missed the bet. And I think that has put a damper on the enthusiasm of people who control money for this technology. And then quantum computing came along. It's the answer to everybody's prayer. It can do everything. I think it's going to be a long time before a quantum computer computes a payroll. I think it's a long time before it does a large data search. I think there's many things that we're going to wait for. And a lot of money got channeled into quantum computing. And as a result of that, that's not all bad, because as a result of that, the ability of people to refrigerate got better. And a lot of other things developed that were good. Now, I went to the supercomputing conference in Hawaii some time ago, and I discovered in Hawaii that liquid nitrogen was very expensive in Hawaii. Now, I'm sure in the medical department up here, they have little styrofoam cups of liquid nitrogen. They dip their Q-tips in it. They they touch your spots to try to freeze them out. Many of us have had that experience. Liquid nitrogen's cheaper than beer. Do you know why? Because it's a byproduct of making steel. The way you make steel today is you take a tub of molten iron, and you take a pipe and you stick the pipe in it. The pipe gradually melts away, but who cares? You blow oxygen down through the pipe. The oxygen bubbles in the molten iron and burns out the carbon. And then you get stuff pure enough that you could add the impurities that you need, and you get steel. Liquid nitrogen is a byproduct of making steel. There's no steel industry on Hawaii, and so liquid nitrogen is very expensive.
What about the high temperature superconductors, the cupric oxide compound?
That's a wonderful question. That's a wonderful question. It's one of the really good questions. High temperature superconductors have been invented. They run at liquid nitrogen temperatures instead of liquid helium temperatures. But the thermal noise energy is quite high. The reason you want this stuff cold is so that little tiny signals can still sit over the noise. And even at liquid nitrogen temperature, there's enough thermal noise that you'd have to have signals 100 or 1,000 times bigger. One of Likarev's papers talking about this says it came as a great disappointment to him when the high temperature superconductors were invented. And he said, oh, darn, we can't use those. Pity.
Now there's a company in Holland which makes cheap cheap refrigeration systems with Stirling machines, and that might be a possible solution because they can. The first time I learned about this, it was originally the big Philips company, big electric Philips company who invented these machines. And the first time I saw it is they were demonstrating how you could float a magnet over superconducting lead with their machines. So those machines are quite efficient. And so that's an advantage that some people might learn about.
Yeah, I think it's interesting that refrigerators that will refrigerate to these temperatures are quite available. They're not very big, they're not very expensive. So this stuff is within reach of reasonable places to do.
Ivan, I don't want to use the four-letter word wire, but have you...
Say it again?
I don't want to use the four-letter word wire, but have you, your associates, looked at using tube wire encoding as opposed to the presence and absence of a pulse?
Of course. The reason I got into this is that Gary Delp knew that I was interested in asynchronous stuff, thanks to Chuck Seitz. Chuck Seitz is the guy to blame for getting me into asynchrony, and a number of other things that he got me into. But of course, and that's why he suggested that I stop at the Lincoln Laboratory on the way back from Heidelberg. That's why he sent me there. And I've talked to various people about this. I went and gave a talk at Hypers, and there's a man named Oleg Makhadov. Does that name sound a little Russian? Okay, and I gave my pitch about, asynchrony and so on. He says, yeah, we thought of that. In fact, he said, we'd followed all of your papers. They knew that asynchrony was important in Russia long ago. They knew about the Seitz arbiter. And we had a violent agreement about how important asynchrony was. And of course, you can do all the tricks. You can use the two-wire trick. You can use the common one is, the bundled data. I think you're responsible for the word bundled data. You send a whole bunch of signals, pulses down this wire, and then there's a separate wire which says, okay, guys, the bell is wrong. If you ain't got a 1, it ain't going to come. Think it's a 0. It's as simple as that. And there are all those techniques that are applicable here, and they're important because the signals go at the slowness of light. And so where you are on the chip matters. How you arrange things so that the computation flows in a uniform way, and the things that have to be done first are done nearby, and the things that can wait get done further away. I mean, there are hundreds of things to explore here. It's amazing. This is a field where, you know, anything you do is going to be almost brand new. Well, not quite, because there's been other people who've, you know, done some pioneering. You know, we wouldn't be able to do any of this if we didn't have Joseph's and junctions. Okay? We wouldn't be able to do any of this if we didn't know that superconductivity exists. You know, the IBM guys said, we're going to switch the superconductivity on and off, which you can do. But it turns out switching superconductivity off is easy, because superconductivity is the result of electrons kind of forming a crystal in the wire and then moving en masse, and so none of them can see the atoms that are in the way. And that's how you get superconductivity, by having a very regular flow of current. Getting rid of superconductivity is easy. You just create chaos. Superconductivity is gone, resistance is back. Doesn't take any time at all. Getting it back is hard and slow.
So it would seem that there are some areas closer to that temperature that the government does have an interest in, space. Perhaps that may be an entree to funding.
Oh, you bet. Absolutely. I mean, the recent telescope images that we've seen from the James Webb telescope are all collected at superconductivity, at very low temperatures, because they have to. They're thermal signals. They're collected from infrared. And the best magnetometers that are known are made with Josephson junctions. You make a thing called a SQUID, which is a superconductive quantum interference device, SQUID. It consists of 2 Josephson junctions in a loop, and if there's magnetic flux going through the loop, they behave differently than if there isn't. Makes a very sensitive magnetometer. And so I can imagine making magnetometers which could be held close to a person and sense the magnetic fields produced from nerve actions. I mean, there's many things that can be done, but you know, we just have to do them. And who's going to do them? It's the graduate students. It's the people we saw in the video, the young assistant professors, the young people who have ideas, who encourage other young people to think up new things. You know, I'm here saying, look, there's a field here, and I've got excited about it because it seems right to me. It has the feel to me of something which has legs. But I'm not going to live that long, guys. I'm 84 now, okay? And thank God I have something exciting to work on. Otherwise, I'd have gone crazy during COVID. I mean, COVID came down, I had to stay home. All I could do was simulate circuits, read papers, try and understand this stuff. So, you know, that's why I'm here, thanks to COVID, right? My mother used to say, it's a very ill wind that doesn't blow somebody some good.
I have a question. You mentioned that...
I'm not hearing this at all.
Okay. I'm right here.
Yeah, I'll tell you. He hasn't said anything.
You mentioned that China purchased for, I don't remember what they were called, to do this type of research. How difficult is it to actually create one of these chips? Earlier in the NVIDIA presentation, they showed an EUV machine that I think he said it was $500 million, and I believe Trump and Biden are both trying to make sure China doesn't get that technology. Is this type of technology something that China could actually create on their own?
I think absolutely. Making Josephson junctions is quite easy. Okay, I'll tell you how to do it. You lay down a layer of niobium, then you coat it with a very thin layer of aluminum. Now it turns out a thin layer of aluminum next to a superconductive niobium layer is also superconductive. Don't ask me why, I'm not a physicist. Then you oxidize the aluminum. You expose it to oxygen at a certain temperature, a certain pressure, for a certain length of time, and you get a very thin layer of aluminum oxide on the surface. Aluminum oxide is a very tough insulator, and this layer of aluminum oxide is a few molecules thick. Then you lay down another layer of niobium. Behold, a Josephson junction. And the Josephson junction is an amazing thing. When a Josephson junction carries less current than what's called its critical current, it is a superconductor. No resistance. As the current increases and increases and increases and increases, there comes a point where the Josephson junction says, nope, no more. That's called its critical current. And suddenly it becomes resistive. Huh. The equation for that is that the current through the Josephson junction is proportional to the sine of the phase drop across it. The SIN, the trigonometric function, the sine. And that's not an approximation. That's what the quantum physics tells you it must be. And so the ability to apply algebra to these circuits is wide open field. You know, the state of the art in optimizing these circuits is to simulate them and then change the parameters a little bit and simulate again, then change the parameters and simulate again and so on until it fails. And then you change the parameters the other way until it fails. And then you take the midpoint of the two and say, I'll run there. This is like, how do you find the furthest distance from the edge of a funny shaped swimming pool? I want to get in the middle of the failure is like a SPOO diagram. It's all the places that they fail. A fighter pilot has many ways that it can fail. The wings can fall off, the jet can burn out, you know, the pilot can black out, anything can happen. That's called the envelope. If you look at a multi-dimensional plot of all the places where it'll fly okay and all the places where it won't, that's the envelope. And what ace fighter pilots like to do is fly really close to the edge of the envelope. And what you want to do for optimizing the circuits is get as far away from the envelope as you possibly can, because then the manufacturing defects won't screw you up. And the state of the art of doing that is just go out until you touch the envelope and then go out the other way and then take someplace in between, right? I don't think that's any good. We got to be able to do better than that algebraically. The circuits are all subject to algebraic equations. We now have computer help doing algebra. Why can't we do this algebra and just get the right answer? I mean, I learned long ago, arithmetic is how you get one answer. Algebra is how you get all the answers. Calculus is how you get the best answer.
Has there been any research on using time delays as the way of encoding signals?
Research on time delay.
I'm sorry?
Can you repeat?
Temporal distance between the pulses encodes on the human neuron in a similar kind of pulse-based transmission line. Is there any work that's been done with this physical interface in order to be able to use that as the encoding rather than the current ones that are being used?
We are not able to understand.
You have to, if you could ask the question like in a sentence at a time, then I can repeat it. It's just going too fast.
The human neuron encodes time delay pulses through time delays rather than on a kind of digital interface.
He's talking about the human neuron.
Yeah, the question, I heard the question. What about using the time delay between pulses?
Correct.
Right. This is a terrific idea. There's at least one group that's exploring it. I think it's a wonderful idea. Let me put it in simple way to say. Supposing I would like to send some information, and all I want to do is use the telephone but not get charged for the call. Okay? So I agree, I'll call you at some time. You'll notice what the time is, but you won't answer. The phone will ring, but you won't answer. And then I'll call you a number of minutes or hours or something later and do the same thing again. And the information I'm going to convey to you is how long between the two phone calls. What a fabulous idea.
Isn't that Morse code?
With 2 pulses, I can transmit an arbitrary amount of information, which is controlled only by how accurately I can measure the time in between them. So that's a great idea. Let's do it. Will somebody at the University of Utah build something like that? There are other people who are trying. There's a whole algebra of how to deal with it and so on.
You mentioned a lot how the pulse essentially travels with no resistance, like zero, not just a little bit, but zero. How is that true? You know, it feels like we're getting a free lunch or whatever with, like it's just going to go forever, like an object in space or whatever else. How do you know it's actually zero and not just incredibly small, and over what distance is that true?
Well, I don't know about that. I know that there have been currents put in superconducting loops which have lasted for months. So I think the evidence is pretty good. Now, there's a lot of questions about pulses in wires. I mean, all the wires that we have on superconductive chips so far always have right-angled corners. And would it be better to have curved corners? Would it be better that the wire went along and behaved more like a freeway or a railroad track rather than a city intersection? I don't know. I don't know if the experiments have ever been done. But that's one of the experiments I'd like to see done. You know, maybe if we make a serpentine kind of path for a memory pulse, maybe that can give us more wire in a smaller space in order to get more bits stored. But, you know, I don't know all these things. I just know there's a worthy intellectual opponent here waiting to be engaged. And somebody is going to engage it, and we're going to get benefit out of that engagement. And I say to the United States, let's get the hell on with it. And the secret to making that happen is education. We need 1,000 trained engineers in this field. 1,000 trained engineers in transistor electronics gave us the electronic revolution. I think we can get a similar benefit out of this, and if we fail to do that, one of our international competitors is going to. Okay? We could lose big. I think I've done all that kind of do. Let's go do something else.
I was gonna, that was really great. So that concludes our program for today, and hope to see you all back here tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. for the IEEE Milestone event. Thank you all for coming, and have a good evening. See you tomorrow.
Yay, Mary.